Hi, everyone. I hope you're all well. I've finally got my microphone going and I did test it beforehand, but I'm just going to wait for you guys in the chat just to tell me that you can hear me. And then we'll get into it. If someone could please confirm, that would be amazing. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay. Excellent. I think there's a little bit of a delay. Thank you so much, everyone, for confirming that. So, I have to say, February is such a mover and shaker month. And that is because we have so many conjunctions occurring between Pluto. We've got Pluto and Mercury conjunct in Aquarius, Mars and Pluto conjunct, and we've also got Venus and Pluto conjunct, as well as a Venus and Mars conjunction. So I know that lots of you have been waiting for this shift to come in. It really does feel like we are in this weird liminal limbo state between realities. We've got the old chapter that we're waiting to put behind us, and the new chapter that we are anxiously and impatiently waiting to begin. Well, hopefully some of you are patient, but the general consensus out there is that a lot of people are feeling like they're ready to start the new thing, the next chapter, but that shift hasn't happened just yet. So before I get into the 12 horoscopes for you guys, I just wanted to go through my usual housekeeping and introduction. So first and foremost, my private readings have reopened. If you want to book, you can do so via CAISTROLOGY.com. There is a link in the description box below. I've just got limited availability at the moment. If you can't see any appointment times that work for you, just keep checking the calendar and I will release new appointments here and there. And in terms of which horoscopes to watch, you can watch this for your ascendant, sun, and moon sign horoscope. Generally speaking, the ascendant sign horoscope will be the most accurate overall speaking. Having said that, a lot of people who are very goal oriented and focused on their career and who identify more with masculine energy tend to relate to their sun sign horoscope. You can watch your sun sign horoscope no matter who you are, and the sun sign horoscope will pertain more to your career, your big goals, and your dreams for the future. Whereas for the moon sign horoscope, if you identify more with feminine energy and you are more of an emotional person, and especially if you are female, then you may be resonating more with your moon sign horoscope. Doesn't matter who you are, you can watch your moon sign horoscope and apply what you hear in that horoscope to your property. So property matters, living circumstances, as well as family relationships and anything to do with your children. Okay, so I feel like there was something else I was going to mention. Oh, you can follow me on Instagram and Facebook and Telegram if you're interested. It's the same handle, which is CAISTROLOGY. And other than that, let's just hop right into it. So we're going to be starting off with Aries, Sun, Moon, and Risings. And last month I pulled a word for the whole year, but I'm just going to give this a go and do a word for the month. So this will be for Aries, and then we're going to get into the astrology of it. Let me know if you enjoy this random new segment. Funnily enough, this says newness, Aries. So newness is what is the name and the game of the month for you for February. Let me see if I can prop that up here. Oh, good. No, you can't even see that. Never mind. Remember it, newness. So Aries, let's have a look at this new moon in Aquarius. Okay, so the new moon in Aquarius will be occurring on the 9th of February in your 11th house. And this new moon is taking place at 20 degrees. So first of all, new moons are associated with new chapters starting, new beginnings, and it's really about planting the seed for something new to take off in our life. Now, because this is occurring in your 11th house, this already is the house that is associated with Aquarius. And essentially, the 11th house represents or pertains to your long-term goals, your big dreams for the future. It also rules over friends, community, and any community that you are part of is what I mean to say. And it is also one of the money houses, so it is associated with passive forms of income. So with this new moon, it is making some tense aspects. Just give me one sec, guys. For some reason, my notes keep shifting. Okay, that is not what we want. This is going to drive me crazy. Just bear with me, guys. I can't even blame Mercury retrograde anymore. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. How do I stop this? Every time I talk, it is like dictating to this Word document. I need to cut that out. I'm so sorry, guys. Please bear with me. Okay, let's give that another go. So, with this new moon occurring in your 11th house at 20 degrees, this is the Scorpio degree, and it is making a tense square to Uranus in Taurus in your second house. Alongside this new moon, we've got Pluto at 0 degrees Aquarius and Mercury at 7 degrees. And this is also squaring Jupiter in Taurus in your second house. So what we can say here for this new moon is that there is a conversation happening between your 11th house and your second house. So a number of different ways that this could play out would be that you are joining some kind of new community or forming a new community. You may be planting the seed to start some sort of new passive form of income that you want to see come in or come through, but there is some kind of disconnect between what you want to achieve and either your finances and your resources, or potentially there could be a clash when it comes to this new community and your friendship groups, or a friendship group that you are part of. The 11th house rules over our older siblings as well. So there may be a little bit of discord here, but ultimately, given that we've got Mercury and Pluto involved with this new moon as well, this indicates to me that you are wanting to start a new chapter here, which potentially involves work, because Mercury rules over your 6th house, or something to do with writing. You may be starting a new social media channel or wanting to expand in a different direction. Now, another way that this could play out is that you may be starting some kind of Kickstarter program, or you're trying to raise funds for some kind of long-term goal or dream that you want to achieve. Now, if you're already working on a project which is quite involved, maybe involves a lot of people, maybe this is something which involves lots of different moving parts or communicating with lots of different people, you may have to pivot, and there could be some kind of hiccup that occurs, which is requiring you to adapt very, very quickly. On the other hand, this can also indicate that if you had some kind of pipe dream, or you thought you always wanted to move in a certain direction, this could be thrown into question. And this could be because of your personal values shifting, or your perception of the resources and finances that it would require, or perhaps you feel like you wouldn't earn enough from whatever it is that you want to start. Now, on the 13th of February, Mars is going to enter the sign of Aquarius, and it's going to be conjuncting Pluto at 0 degrees. So really, the 11th house is the main focus for you guys. So I am going to be talking about that a lot during this reading. With Mars conjunct Pluto, first of all, this is a conjunction that only happens once every 2 years. And Mars is a planet which represents taking action, being assertive. It also represents what makes us angry, how we express anger, and what triggers us. And Pluto is just another octave of Mars in that regard. So you may find that you are so deeply triggered, or let's say motivated to take action by some sort of humanitarian issue that is occurring, or a social justice issue that is occurring, that you embark on some new 2-year journey or chapter. And it doesn't mean that you're sitting down on the 13th of February and writing out a 2-year plan for the future. It's just that whatever you start during this period of time will take you about 2 years to complete. This is a very powerful activation of your 11th house. So basically, you will be overcoming fears and insecurities and triggers that pertain to the 11th house. So what this means is that if you experience social anxiety, if you find it difficult to make friends, if you find it hard to express yourself in a group dynamic, then this will probably be coming up for you around the 13th of February, but it's so you can overcome these blockages. But don't be surprised if someone in your wider network, or a friend, or maybe even an older sibling, is testing you during this period of time. On the 17th of February, Venus is going to form a conjunction with Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th house. And Venus rules over love, romance, and friendships. And Venus is the ruler of your 7th house. So for many of you Aries individuals, you could be meeting someone who you form a really deep, intense friendship with. A close friend of yours, or even an acquaintance of yours, could be sharing something personal or intimate with you that fosters this new, let's say, a desire to learn something new, expand your network further, meet more people, or perhaps this can shift your perception of your entire friendship group or a community that you are part of. Now, because Venus is a planet which represents finances and resources, this conjunction in your 11th house between two planets, Venus and Pluto, which are both connected to resources and finances in some way, can indicate that there is a new financial passive form of income that is available to you, or that you are generating, or someone could be investing in your long-term goal or dream. And on a different level, you could be motivating people in your friendship group or a community that you are part of, or even online, to work towards some kind of humanitarian goal. And this could be socioeconomic in nature. In any case, in the month of February, you will be expanding your goals, your long-term goals and dreams for the future exponentially. Fears and blockages that you have that are probably subconscious will be bubbling up to the surface. So, if you have a dream to achieve something within your community, to create a community, to receive acknowledgement or praise, or let's say garner respect, which the 11th house is about receiving rewards and acknowledgement. So anything that you want to be acknowledged for, anything that you want to achieve and that you want to put out into the world, you will be, let's say, feeling inspired to do so. But the triggers about putting yourself out there and revealing these deep and personal dreams of yours to the world, this could be something which is really testing for you and really challenging for you. But with the shifts that are taking place in February, you will certainly find the courage to do so. Okay, so I'm still on Aries. Let's have a look at the full moon that's taking place on the 24th of February. So the full moon will be in Virgo, in your sixth house at 5 degrees. Now, the sixth house is all about your health, your daily routine, nutrition. It rules over habits, whether they're good or bad. It also rules over things like admin tasks, debts, mortgages, as well as pets. Now, full moons are all about the ending of a chapter taking place, or having some kind of epiphany or realization. So, with the full moon taking place at the Leo degree in your sixth house, to me, this represents that there is some kind of realization that will take place around the 24th of February, where it's like you need, or you feel that you need to derive more enjoyment out of your day-to-day life, which is the sixth house, or you need to be more creative in the work that you're doing, which is the sixth house. And ultimately, you may find that you're experiencing a lack mindset, okay, or perhaps a poverty mindset with this full moon. And maybe this is causing you to realize that what you do every day is not going to help you in your love life, which is coming through at this 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree. Or maybe you need to adjust your day-to-day routine so that you can enjoy more time with your kids. Or maybe you're realizing that if you want to start a family, or if you want to expand your family further, that there are going to be some significant changes that you are having to make in order to make that a reality, or at least try to make that a reality. On a different level, the sixth house is all about health. And so this full moon in the sixth house can really show you what you are doing that is unhealthy when it pertains to Leo like themes. Okay, so what that means is maybe you have a gambling issue that you need to address, or maybe you're realizing that you have an issue with gambling or partying, because we've got the Leo degree here, or maybe there are self-sabotaging behaviors that you are exhibiting and participating in, which are impacting your ability to get a job or to hold down a job. This full moon is opposing Mercury and Saturn in your 12th house. So again, we are having this conversation between the 6th house and the 12th house. And the 12th house is all about that which is hidden, issues with substance, self-sabotage, victim mindset. And the 12th house at its worst can also indicate ill health or poor health, mental health issues, I mean to say. And so there's this realization that I'm actually in control of working towards having more joy and happiness in my life. Okay, so this is a very, very empowering full moon, Aries. And I think that the closer you get to the 24th, or to the full moon in Virgo, the more you'll start to realize this. And feel free to leave me a comment if that comes up for you around this time. Okay, so lastly for the month, we've got a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn. Okay, so they will be like an hour or so apart, but basically the Sun will conjunct Mercury, Mercury will conjunct Saturn, and the Sun will conjunct Saturn, and all of these will take place within a few hours, and it's all occurring at 9 degrees. So calling it a triple conjunction. This is taking place in your 12th house, and the 12th house is, as I mentioned before, all about that which is hidden, that which we do behind the scenes. It rules over things like spirituality, creativity, inspiration, yoga, meditation, anything esoteric in nature, so mediums, psychics, tarot readers, etc. So with this conjunction occurring in your 12th house and involving what I would call career planets, the Sun, Saturn, and even Mercury, these are all career and vocational planets in some way. To me, this indicates that you're either taking a step in this direction with your career, or your career is being impacted by the themes of the 12th house. So you may be inclined to look into getting into industries such as film, photography, the music industry, health. The 12th house is also associated with healing, anything esoteric in nature, meditation, yoga, retreats, spiritual retreats. And maybe you are actually looking at relocating to a far and far away country for work purposes. And this is very possible for you because we've got Saturn ruling your 10th house, which is career, and Mercury ruling over your 6th house, which is associated with work as well. Or perhaps you're wanting to get into charity work, volunteer work, or perhaps you are wanting to work in industries that are associated with seas, oceans, aquatic life, marine life, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot going on, as you can tell, in the month of February. The long and short of it, Aries, is newness is coming in. Your big goals and dreams are being realized and fostered, and it's a time for taking action towards those. So I'm going to move on to Taurus next. Aries, if you enjoyed this horoscope, please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Okay, so now this is going to be for Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Just one moment, guys. I made this cup, by the way, and I want to get into pottery. That's just a random fellow Taurus share. I'm a Taurus Sun myself. So Taurus, I'm going to pull a card of the month for you, and then I'm going to get into the astrology of it all. 2 cards came out. You're lucky. We've got Peace and Rise. Okay, so straight off the bat, this month, February, will be all about doing what you can to achieve inner peace. And this will be about rising above turmoil, problems, hardship in your lives or your life, as well as allowing yourself to be seen, to rise up and to be seen. Okay, so Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Risings. On the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius at 20 degrees in your 10th house. It will be squaring Uranus in Taurus in your first house at 19 degrees. So this is a very tense square. The 10th house is all about your career, your public reputation, your public status, positions of power and leadership that you hold. It's about your how you're known professionally speaking, and even it's also what I would call a house that represents that which is irrefutable on paper. Okay, so what that means is the 10th house rules what you are and the positions and the status in life that you hold. Okay, you're either a parent or you're not a parent. You're either single or taken, married, divorced. You know, your status is very, very clear cut when it comes to the 10th house. And, you know, on a different level, you're either employed or unemployed, retired, you grandparent. And so the 10th house is really about almost like a resume for us, our life resume. And it's factually correct. That's not to say that a transit to the 10th house can't bring about slander or things that are untrue, but it really represents the achievements that we hold And anything that's on our record, even if you have a criminal record, this is associated with your 10th house. So the 10th house is what is hugely activated for all Taurians for February. And that's because we've got a new moon here. We've got all kinds of conjunctions here. And so in some way, shape, or form, the status of your life is going to change. This can involve relationships, career, family, okay, becoming a parent, becoming a grandparent, and this can even involve taking on new positions of power and leadership. All right. So the new moon in Aquarius in the 10th house indicates that this new chapter is starting. It's taking off for you, Taurus. So this can be a new job, changes to the job or the position that you hold. And the square to Uranus means that it is sudden, it's unexpected. Something's coming up out of the blue. Now, on one level, this may be initiated by you, especially because both Jupiter and Uranus are in your first house, which gives you some sort of autonomy here. On a different level, the square to Uranus can indicate that something is happening externally outside of your control, which acts as a catalyst for you to change your status in some way. So some of you Taurians, like I said, will be starting a new job, but on a different note, you may be walking away from a job, you may be retiring, you may have to take a bit of leave, and maybe this could be for unexpected reasons. Some of you could be going through a shift in your relationship status, and ultimately, this can also indicate you wanting to start your own business, go it alone, or potentially take on more responsibility for your own life. This doesn't even need to be related to work. This can just indicate that you want to do more. You want to create a legacy. You want to leave this behind. And maybe this is quite a departure from what you used to want to do or what people would expect from you. Ultimately, watch out for what's happening in your public life, in your professional life around the 9th of February, plus or minus a week or two, because these radical shifts are coming through. On the 13th of February, Mars will enter Aquarius and it's going to form a conjunction with Pluto at 0 degrees. So to me, this indicates that you're wanting to take action. You're wanting to step up to the plate. You're wanting to create this legacy. You're wanting to take on more responsibility, shift your career, shift your public image, maybe make changes to your relationship status. Maybe you want to make a relationship official. Maybe you are looking to file for divorce or to separate from your partner. But ultimately, the conjunction to Pluto here can bring up these fears and these insecurities. Maybe your fears and insecurities when it comes to relationships, because Pluto rules the 7th house. And also Mars rules the 7th house too. So maybe fears and relationships, fears and insecurities about your relationships could be coming up, but these could be a powerful motivating trigger for you to rise up and for you to just boldly state, this is what I want from this person. This is what I want from this relationship. And maybe this is more to do with a business relationship, a business contract, or client relationships. Ultimately, this is a new 2-year cycle that is starting because Mars and Pluto only form this conjunction once every 2 years. And this conjunction has not taken place at 0 degrees in Aquarius in your lifetime. Guarantee it. All right. The last time this conjunction would have taken place is about some 250 years ago. So, Taurus, there is such a powerful activation to how you're showing up in the world for this whole month with the new moon, Pluto conjunct Mercury, Pluto conjunct Mars, Pluto conjunct Venus. So, all these shifts that you've been experiencing on an internal level, this drive, this calling to change your life and to break out of rigid holding patterns, which, hey, as a fellow Taurus, guilty, you're finally having the courage and the willpower to do so, but certain fears and insecurities may be holding you back at first, but you will have the power to push through these. All right. I heard on a podcast the other day this phrase, which I've heard before, so I don't know who to attribute it to, but a hero only becomes a hero once there's a villain involved, right? So this is about you becoming the hero of your own life, not through some kind of arch nemesis, although, could be, but through experiencing intense hardship and challenge, because change and crisis is what motivates us to transform, especially as Taurians. We like our comfort, we like doing the same things, we like, eating the same foods, having the same job, unless like you have a lot of air in your chart. And for Taurians, we move and we change once we feel completely forced and like there's no other option. And so I'm encouraging you as a fellow Taurus to do this of your own volition, do this voluntarily before some kind of external pressure pushes you in this direction. Okay, because the change is happening one way or another, so you may as well get a move along, right? On the 17th of February, Venus is going to form a conjunction with Pluto in your 10th house. Venus is your ruling planet. It also rules over your 6th house. So there's going to be a fair bit of repetition here because, again, we do have this 10th house being activated once more. To me, this indicates a change in how you're showing up in the world, maybe a change of title, status. Maybe you are entering into a relationship, or your relationship status could be changing. It may have already changed, but now you're making it public knowledge. Now you're making it known. Maybe you're already going through a separation and now you're making it official somehow. Or you could already be separated, and this is about the final stretch of this, which would be the divorce paperwork, especially because Venus rules over your 6th house. So some of you may become parents or grandparents around this point in time. And with this transit, this one only, Venus and Pluto form this conjunction about once a year, give or take. Now, let's see. On the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo, and this will be in your 5th house at 5 degrees. So the 5th house is the house that is associated with Leo energy, and 5 degrees is the Leo degree. This full moon will be opposing Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 11th house, and it will also be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 1st house. So something really positive is coming through with this full moon in the 5th house. Now, it could be the manifestation or the materialization of something that you've already been working on, or something that you're already aware of. And what I mean by that is the 5th house is associated with creativity, so creative projects. It also represents owning our own business. So you may be finishing a creative project, giving some kind of performance, whether this is potentially to do with musicals, theater, or even a sporting performance. On a different note, you may be launching a new business, or you could be launching something new within your existing business. Some of you may actually be selling your business or closing it down. If you can hear those noises in the background, there are cockatoos out there going absolutely crazy. So the 5th house is also associated with love, romance, and children. So for some of you Taurians, this can indicate that you are getting into a relationship. Maybe you are realizing that you have feelings for another person, or someone is confessing their feelings for you in some way. This can indicate a positive chapter that's coming to a sorry, let me start that again. This can indicate a chapter that's coming to a close in your child's life or in one of your children's lives, which is really positive. So what I mean by that is maybe they've experienced a period of difficulty or hardship in some way, shape, or form, and this full moon in the fifth house indicates that they are letting go of this. They're experiencing some kind of blessing in their life, or some sort of reprieve or healing could be taking place. So this definitely can portend good things for the life or the lives of one of your children, as well as relationships too. So your personal romantic relationships. Now, on the 28th of February, we are going to see a triple conjunction taking place. So within a few hours, the Sun will conjunct Mercury, Mercury will conjunct Saturn, and the Sun will conjunct Saturn. And this is all taking place at 9 degrees Pisces. So I'm going to be referring to it as a triple conjunction for this particular reading. So the Sun, Saturn, and Mercury are all associated with work and career. They rule over different things as well, but nevertheless, to me, this indicates that there is some sense of duty or service or some kind of chapter that is that's taking place, that is associated with the work that you do. Now, obviously, not everyone is working. Okay, so this still pertains to people who are retired, not working for one reason or another. Ultimately, when I say work, this can pertain to career, but this can also pertain to you being of service, especially in your community. So with this powerful conjunction taking place in your 11th house, to me, this indicates that you may be starting a new community, whether you're creating it yourself, joining a new community, working towards a community goal. This can be in person, this can be online, and the 11th house is associated with our big dreams for the future, our long-term goals and dreams, but it's not 12th house dreaming where it can be a little bit fantasy la la land. The 11th house is what we can work realistically and practically towards, right? The 11th house is associated with Aquarius, which is ruled by both Saturn and Uranus. So to me, this indicates that an innovative new download of information could be coming through. So this could be to invent something new, create something new, something that will benefit a large group or community. You may be getting involved with humanitarian work. You may be getting someone to invest in a pipe dream of yours. You could be working with friends. You could be working on a really long-term goal or project, and the idea is coming through around this triple conjunction. Okay, so the 28th of February. To be fair, because this is taking place in Pisces, this could come through meditation, this could come through hypnosis, this could come through while you're dreaming on the astral plane, while you're lucid dreaming. And because it's occurring at 9 degrees, this could involve import and export, travel, education, working with people from different cultural backgrounds, government policy, maybe working together to create a petition or some kind of lobby class action. And ultimately, this is a very, very powerful conjunction that's taking place in your 11th house. And the 11th house is all about rewards and gains for the hard work that we've done, which means this could relate to career, or this could relate to your your, let's say, powerful positions of leadership that you hold and the responsibilities that you hold as well. So Taurus, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Next, I'll be moving on to Gemini. First, a little tea break. This is my licorice tea. They're sold out of my favorite one, which is licorice and peppermint, and I've checked like 10 times at the store. Anyway, need to stop talking about tea every single live stream. Alrighty, so this is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Before I begin, Gemini, I am going to pull a little card for the month. So this is your word for the month. This is a little random segment that I started last month. If you enjoy it, let me know. If you don't enjoy it, also let me know. We'll go with the majority. Okay, so we've had more than one card come out. We had 3 cards. Look, all right, I'll show you all 3. First, we have believe, and then we have wildly capable. Very similar sentiments here. You have to believe in yourself that you are wildly capable of that which you want to achieve. Now, conversely, we have boundaries. So to me, this indicates you have to believe you're widely capable of breaking through these boundaries. Another way I can interpret this is you need to erect and enforce boundaries for you to achieve what you are capable of. So take that as it resonates, Gemini. I hope that makes sense to you. I hope that makes sense to you in some way, shape, or form. If not now, then eventually. Right, so new moon in Aquarius. We've got the new moon in Aquarius on the 9th of February. In your 9th house, it's taking place at 20 degrees, and it is making a square to Uranus, a very tight square, at 19 degrees Taurus in your 12th house. We will also have Pluto and Mercury in Aquarius during this new moon, which is squaring Jupiter in Taurus. So Mercury will be at 7 degrees. It's quite a wide conjunction, but nevertheless, it's worth mentioning because it involves our ruling planet. The 9th house is all about travel, education, mentorship. It rules over our belief systems, whether these are religious beliefs, spiritual beliefs, political, or even world beliefs. How do we think the world works? It represents our higher faith and our vision for the future. Okay, so this is like, I see my life unfolding in this way. I had a vision of this occurring. So the 9th house is actually associated with prophecy. Your 9th house is so heavily activated, or I should say our 9th house is so heavily activated for the whole month of February. We've got the new moon there. We've got Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius in the 9th house, Mars conjunct Pluto, Venus conjunct Pluto, and also Venus and Mars conjunct in Aquarius. So in one way or another, the 9th house is going to be coming to life for you. It's going to be manifesting for you. Okay, so the themes of the 9th house, that is, this can indicate that you want to learn something new, enroll in a college program or a university program. This can indicate that you are finding a new teacher, getting involved in education, becoming a teacher yourself. This can indicate that you want to travel, you're planting the seeds for travel. Maybe you are saving up to make this a reality. Maybe you are just writing it down that this is what you want to do within such and such a time frame. And the 9th house is also associated with import and export and publishing, as well as the law, and it is associated with visas and I lost my train of thought. Visas, permanent residency, dual citizenship, and so on and so forth. I can't blame Mercury retrograde anymore, guys. And as much as I like to blame Mercury retrograde, the truth is I have Mercury square Saturn. So I always get tongue-tied. So please just bear with me. With this square to Uranus in the 12th house, with the new moon, something unexpected is coming up. And for some of you Geminis, this can be out of the blue. This can be something that you're actually doing subconsciously that is sabotaging this dream or sabotaging this goal. Because this new moon is squaring Uranus, something unexpected is happening here. Perhaps some of you are having to change your thesis, take a break from education, change your travel plans. Maybe there's a delay in existing travel plans that you already have, or you're having to be adaptable and to pivot somehow. On a different note, you could just have a sudden download of information. This could come through a dream, this could come through meditation, and the square to the new moon can indicate that there's a sense of urgency. I need to do this really quickly. I need to do this now. Or perhaps you are having a crisis of faith, whether this is religious or your belief system or belief systems. And this could be political, this could be your world beliefs, spiritual beliefs, etc. And this could really, let's say that you discover something or something is shared with you in a tarot reading, or reading with someone who is in the spiritual or esoteric industry, or in an esoteric line of work, and maybe what they share with you changes how you view the world, or what you thought your path in life is or was, or your destiny, if you believe in destiny. Now, on the 13th of February, we are going to see Mars into the sign of Aquarius, and it will conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees in your 9th house. So Gemini, another activation to your 9th house here. This conjunction only takes place every 2 years, and ultimately Mars wants us to take action, make a plan, be assertive, set boundaries. Or I suppose Saturn is more about setting boundaries, but Mars can be the defense of those boundaries, and Pluto can actually be the invasion of those boundaries, because Pluto rules over, let's say, invading one's space. It's like digging where it shouldn't be digging. And essentially, with Mars conjunct Pluto here in your 9th house, and Pluto ruling over your 6th house, and Mars rules over the 6th and the 11th house, there could be some sort of, let's say, crisis of faith, which throws into question your friendship groups, people that you're friends with, your long-term goals for the future. And with Pluto ruling over the 6th house, this could be what you do for work every day. So Mars conjunct Pluto in the 9th house can indicate that you are wanting to change up your work, you're wanting to change up your day-to-day life. There may be fears and insecurities that are bubbling up for you that pertain to your friends. Are they talking behind my back? Do I really belong in this community or this group? If I were to put myself out there on social media, if I were to pursue my long-term goals and dreams and this vision that I have, and I put it out there and all these people see it, are people going to resonate with it? Are they going to like it? And for some of you Geminis, with Pluto ruling over the 6th house, this can indicate that you're wanting to change your career path, the career trajectory that you're on, and it's potentially requiring you to take this leap of faith with the Mars-Pluto conjunction in the 9th house. And there may be lots of fears and insecurities that are coming up for you during this period of time. In any case, because this is a new 2-year conjunction, a new conjunction taking place, and it's a new 2-year cycle, this can indicate that you are learning, because it's in the 9th house, about astrology or something esoteric in nature. Maybe you are doing a deep dive into conspiracy theories that you have come across or that you want to investigate further. On a different note, it could be that you are wanting to potentially get a book published, especially because earlier in the month we had the new moon in the 9th house. We also had a Mercury-Pluto conjunction in the 9th house. So there could be fears and insecurities about putting either your written information out there or securing some kind of publishing deal, or basically just having what you have created and what you have worked on circulate to a large group of people. On the 17th of February, we're going to have Venus conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees in your 9th house. So another activation here. Again, we've got Pluto ruling over the 6th house, but Venus rules over the 5th house and the 12th house for you. So Venus is a relationship planet and it rules over the 5th house, which represents your romantic life and your love life. With this conjunction taking place in your 9th house, this can indicate that you are choosing to study something new, or it doesn't have to be new. You could be choosing to study something that is in depth. It could be to do with psychology. It could be to do with relationships and occult topics or esoteric topics and matters. You could be joining up with a mentor or a counselor or a teacher or some sort of guide, because the 9th house rules over all of this. Or perhaps this is what you are going to be doing, especially because Venus rules over your 5th house, which represents owning your own business, if you own your own business. And with Venus, it's about what we do for enjoyment. And for Gemini, Venus rules over your 5th house and your 12th house, which are both creative houses. But there may be some fears that are coming up with respect to actually exploring what you are interested in and what you want to learn. This can indicate that you and your romantic partner are making plans for the future. On a different note, this can indicate that your child may be getting pregnant, okay? And I say this because Venus rules over your 5th house, which represents children, and Pluto is a planet which represents fertility, and Venus conjunct Pluto is happening in your child's 5th house. This is really complicated. I regret going into it. Let me just say that again. Your child may be getting pregnant around this time. Now, on the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees in your 4th house. So, full moons are all about the ending of a chapter taking place, the ending of a cycle, or it can represent that we are experiencing some kind of epiphany or realization. So, because this full moon is occurring in your 4th house, which is associated with your property and living circumstances, as well as family matters. And this full moon will actually be opposite Mercury and Saturn in Pisces and trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus. This, for many Geminis, can indicate that there is the shift or the change of a cycle taking place in your home life. So you may be relocating, you may be selling your property, someone may be moving in with you, you may be moving out, you may be relocating, and even if you own property, this can indicate that your tenant may be moving out, or perhaps you were choosing not to renew their lease. On a different note, with respect to family, this can indicate that you are putting some kind of issue to bed with a family member. Now, this is more likely to be, let's say, your children, if you have children, or potentially your grandchildren. And I say that because this full moon is taking place at 5 degrees, which represents children itself. On a different level, though, if you have been having disagreements with family or a family member about your romantic partner, your business, what you do for fun, how you choose to spend your time, your creative gifts and talents. If you feel like you haven't been seen by your family or appreciated by them, this can indicate that you are finally receiving the acknowledgement you feel that you deserve, or you could just be erecting boundaries with your family or with a family member. And this can be because you are putting your own joy and happiness first. On the 28th of February, we're going to experience a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn in Pisces. And this will be taking place at 9 degrees in your 10th house. So basically, this is we're going to have the Sun conjunct Mercury, then Mercury conjunct Saturn, and then the Sun and Saturn conjunct. So this is all taking place within a few hours. So I'm calling it a triple conjunction because it will all happen at 9 degrees. Nevertheless, with this occurring in your 10th house, this indicates to me that there is some kind of new chapter that's taking place which pertains to your public status or your public image. Now, the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets, which means that this could certainly pertain to career. Now, of course, not all of you are working. Some of you are retired. Some of you are looking after children. Some of you can't work. And this can still represent the way in which you are of service. So this can be about the legacy that you are contributing or creating or that you want to leave behind. So I'm going to run through a few different ways that this can play out. Some of you Geminis may be starting a new job, receiving a promotion, launching your own business, or this could be a new chapter that's starting in your own business. So maybe you are diversifying what you do for work. Perhaps you are wanting to teach because it's the ninth, because 9 degrees is the Sagittarius degree. So you could become a teacher. You could be releasing educational content. You could be becoming you could be, let's say, circulating your work, because 9 degrees is to do with publishing. So maybe you are getting a book published. Maybe you are going global with your business or your company if you own one. If you are already working, this could be an opportunity for you to set up an office abroad or to transfer, if not to another country, then possibly interstate. This can also indicate becoming a homeowner or a property owner, because Mercury rules over your 4th house. Some of you may be becoming a parent. Some of you, and by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean, it doesn't have to mean that you are, let's say, having your own biological children. You could become a foster parent, a step parent, or an adoptive parent. You could become a grandparent as well. Maybe you are becoming a godparent for someone, or perhaps you are having a new set of responsibilities come through with, let's say, a community project or being of service in some way, shape, or form. So Gemini, in one way or another, you will be experiencing big shifts to do with your goals and dreams for the future. Education and travel will definitely be at the forefront of what you're thinking about for this month. And there are opportunities for you to shift your public status and take it up a notch and take on more responsibility. So, Gemini, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Next, I'm going to be doing Cancer. But first, I'm going to have to start speeding it up because 3 signs in, 1 hour down. It's not quick enough. At this rate, I'll be here for 4 hours. So This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Risings. This is your word of the month. Maybe more than one word will come out. We'll see. Okay. We've got 2 cards. Let's see what they are. Becoming and surrender. Okay, Cancer. You are transforming. You're becoming something else or someone else. That doesn't mean you're a totally different person, but I think it's time to surrender to this change that's coming through. So maybe you are feeling older. Maybe you don't have the same interests as certain friends anymore. Maybe you are wanting to become something else and shift to a new stage of your life, but it's not here yet. And so you need to surrender to divine timing. Now, if you watch the intro at the beginning, I did talk about how the changes that we've been wanting to come through will be taking place in the month of February. But if we are too desperate to manifest these changes, then the time frame of that will be pushed back. You guys are very intuitive. I hope that makes sense for you in some way, shape, or form, Cancer. So now let's get into what's happening astrologically speaking. First and foremost, your 8th house is heavily activated for you for pretty much the whole month of February. And that's because we've got Mercury conjunct Pluto in your 8th house, a new moon in Aquarius in your 8th house, Mars conjunct Pluto, and Venus conjunct Pluto. So let's kickstart this off with the new moon. The new moon will take place on the 9th of February in the 8th house, and it will be squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 11th house. The 8th house rules over shared resources, mutual resources. It rules over deep and profound healing, transformation, sudden change. It rules over intimacy, sex, fears and insecurities, addictions, and it basically represents our shadow side and what triggers us. But it is also the house where we can, once we go through the 8th house and purge what we're clinging onto, this can indicate that we are becoming liberated. So Cancer, this is such a liberating month for you, but you will be dealing with fears and blockages and insecurities only so that you can be tested upon these before you finally put these aside and put these to bed. So with the new moon taking place in your 8th house, this represents a new chapter that's starting, a new beginning. And the square to Uranus can indicate that you have to do this suddenly. Something comes up out of the blue. Maybe it's an opportunity that's too good to be true. You have to capitalize on this. It could be time sensitive. It could be urgent. The new moon in the 8th house can indicate that you are combining your resources with another person, or you could be splitting up your resources or your assets from another person, or both. This new moon can play out in a few different ways. This can indicate that you are maybe committing to learning about something occult or esoteric in nature. So this could be to do with astrology, tarot, psychic work, mediumship work. You may develop an interest in these areas or in this one of these areas. This could be your first taste of that. And with the square to Uranus in the 11th house, maybe this is coming through unexpectedly. Maybe this is occurring while you are taking part or taking part in some kind of group work or community work, or perhaps this just comes up in your newsfeed. Maybe it's a tarot pick a card reading. I have some of those on my CAISTROLOGY YouTube platform. So if you want to watch them, you can. So maybe something surprising happens which causes you to delve further into these areas, or perhaps something causes you to want to work on your shadow stuff, for want of a better term. Do the shadow work on your fears and insecurities, because if you don't do this, then you won't be able to achieve these long-term goals and dreams, which is coming through or being shown by this square to Uranus in your 11th house. So Cancer, on the 13th of February, Mars will enter Aquarius and conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, 0 degrees in your 8th house. Whoa. Mars and Pluto conjunct in the 8th house will be such a psychological, let's say, roller coaster for you. And just by the way, for me, this is occurring in my 8th house too. So in any case, this can indicate that you are experiencing triggers that are coming up, and this could be triggering things from your children, if you have children, because Mars and Pluto rule over your 5th house, which is Scorpio. And for others of you, this could be coming up because of your romantic partner or your relationship that you're in, so your significant other, with Mars ruling over the 10th house and Mars and Pluto ruling the 5th house. Maybe this is to do with career changes that you want to make, or how you want to be received and known in the public eye, or with respect to your public image. And so it's like, if I want to feel closer to my partner, if I want to experience more intimacy or better sex, then I need to address this. So fears and insecurities in that sense could be coming up for you. Even if you're not in a relationship, you could be confronted with the reasons why, or having this understanding that if I want to have a relationship in my life that is meaningful in a romantic sense, then I'm going to need to overcome these certain blockages. I'm going to need to work on this. Maybe you are going to start seeing a psychologist or a psychiatrist or some kind of occult practitioner. So maybe you're seeing a psychic or a tarot reader or an astrologer, and you're working on overcoming these blockages. Maybe you want to start your own business, but you have fears about being seen. And so this conjunction in your 8th house is asking you to address this. Why? What are you afraid of? What are you fearful about? And ultimately, a new 2-year cycle is starting with this conjunction, Cancer. So this can indicate a newfound love of astrology, or something to do with occult topics, esoteric topics, healing, transformation, breath work, the chakra system. And maybe you are wanting to get into finances, finance in terms of starting your own business, maybe becoming an accountant, maybe doing bookkeeping for other people or helping them with their resources. Okay, so then on the 17th of February, Pluto is going to form a conjunction. Did I say Pluto? Venus is going to form a conjunction with Pluto in Aquarius, also at 0 degrees, also in your 8th house. So this can indicate that you may be starting a new romantic relationship with another person, or you could be taking your romantic relationship or situationship to an intimate level or to a sexual level. So a new sexual relationship could be beginning. Even if you're already in a relationship, this can indicate that you are experiencing far more, let's say, intimacy with your significant other. But you may find that your partner has fears and insecurities that you didn't know about, or you're revealing certain insecurities that you have to them. This can indicate discovering a secret about your, sorry, car alarm outside. This could indicate that you may be discovering something that you didn't know about your significant other, or vice versa. On a different note, Venus rules over the 4th house, which is family, and Pluto rules over the 5th house, which represents children. So you could be finding out something about your child. Maybe they are revealing a secret to you. Maybe they are coming to confide with you, in you, about something, or vice versa. So you could be going to them and sharing details with them. Now, on the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo in your third house, and this is taking place at 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree. This full moon will be opposite Saturn and Mercury in Pisces in your ninth house, and it will be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 11th house. So the third house is all about education, learning new skills, potentially learning a trade. The third house is associated with communication, friends, more like smaller groups of friends rather than the 11th house, which is like a large group of friends or a large community or network. The third house is the house which represents your siblings, your neighbors, as well as clients and, let's say, meetings, so day-to-day business life, to put it that way. Full moons indicate an ending of a chapter taking place or the end of a cycle, but it can also indicate that we are realizing something, we're having an epiphany or a download of information. So with the full moon taking place in the third house for you Cancerians, you may be having an important conversation with your sibling or with a friend. This could be very illuminating. You could be completing some kind of education course program. This could be you receiving a qualification, some kind of license or diploma, let's say. You could be launching a new business. The third house is one of the business houses. The fifth house does represent owning your own business. So, they are interconnected here. You could actually be selling your car. You could be buying a new car. And for others of you, you could be finishing writing a book, or you could have a download of information about writing. Okay, this could be a writing piece, producing a documentary. You could be finishing up a website or launching something new on a website. You could be launching something on your social media channel or platform, and some of you could actually be deactivating a social media account. Lastly, for the month Cancer, on the 28th of February, we're going to experience a triple conjunction, and this is going to take place between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn. To be fair, these conjunctions are taking place individually within a few hours, but they're all going to be at 9 degrees Pisces. So we will have Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and Sun conjunct Saturn, hence me calling it a triple conjunction, although it's not a triple conjunction in the traditional sense. Nevertheless, this is all taking place in your ninth house at 9 degrees. The ninth house is about education in terms of higher education. So this could be doing like a master's, college degree, university degree. The ninth house rules over teachers and mentors of all kinds. The ninth house is associated with travel, import and export, the law. It's associated with publishing and international trade, as well as languages. So with this triple conjunction taking place in your ninth house, this is a very important and potent activation. The Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all associated with career in one way or another. That does not mean that for everyone this is playing out with respect to your career. This can indicate how you are of service. This can indicate taking on positions of leadership. This can indicate coming into contact with an important teacher or mentor, or you could be becoming a teacher or mentor yourself. So with this conjunction taking place in the ninth house, you may be enrolling in a new education program, becoming a teacher, creating content or course material. You could be making plans to travel. This could be a permanent a permanent or semi-permanent relocation for you. You could be relocating for work, traveling for work, if I didn't say that already. This can indicate that you are applying for a visa, permanent residency, or perhaps you are wanting to apply for dual citizenship. This can indicate that you are starting some kind of legal process. This can indicate that you are potentially getting a publishing deal, like a book publishing deal, or perhaps you are working on going global with your company if you own your own company. Even if you don't own your own company, the company or the business that you work for could be opening up an international office, and perhaps you are involved in the let's say in the process of helping. That could be from where you're currently located, or perhaps you are going there for that purpose. The ninth house also rules over our belief systems of all kinds. So this is political, religious, spiritual, your sense of faith and optimism, as well as your vision for your future. And this isn't like the 11th house, which is about your big, like, long-term goals and dreams and plans, which require action and being pragmatic and practical. The ninth house is like, this is the pipe dream, this is my vision. I don't care what it costs. I don't care if it seems unrealistic. I don't care if no one's ever done it before. This is my dream. And because this triple conjunction is happening at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree, which reinforces this ninth house energy, we're doubling down on that. Not to mention, Pisces rules over dreams. And what's great about having Saturn in Pisces is it brings them from up here and allows us to work towards manifesting it. So I have no doubt that many Cancerians will actually be taking tangible action towards what their dreams are. And lastly, I just want to bring this up again. Allow yourself to surrender towards becoming that which you wish to become. Okay, the vision that you have, you can become this, but perhaps you just need to let go of these preconceived notions and ideas that you had or have for, let's say, had for your future, previously speaking. So, Cancer, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am going to move on to Leo, but I do need to hydrate. I'm also just going to have a read of what's going on in the chat because, I'm a nosy Gemini rising. So let me know how you guys are doing. Let me know how you're feeling now that Pluto has moved into Aquarius, which happened about 24 hours ago. Have you felt the shift already? Let me know in the chat, you guys. So let's move on to Leo. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, and Risings. I'm going to pull a card for you. This is going to be your word for February, word of the month. If you enjoyed this segment, let me know. If you don't enjoy it, also let me know. We had boundaries come up for Cancer, and again, it's coming up for Leo. So, Leo, I feel inclined to pull another one for you, and I'm sorry for the Aries who only got one card. All right, we've got believe. We've got believe and we've got boundaries. Interesting. So, actually, it was Gemini. I think Gemini also got boundaries and believe. Someone confirmed that. Anyway, Leo, boundaries will be very, very important. You need to set boundaries, whether these boundaries of with your family, with friends, parents, children. Not having boundaries, even with your own, let's say, impulse control, is negatively impacting your sense of optimism. Okay, so this is your ability to believe in what you want to create, the life you want to have, the life you want to lead or live. And also, having boundaries can help to protect you from other people diluting your belief system with their own thoughts. And that's not to say that someone's trying to manipulate you necessarily, but everyone has their own way of seeing the world. Everyone has their own way of seeing the world, their own vision, and it's very easy to look at other people's lives and be like, why is he doing that? Why is she doing that? If I were her, I wouldn't be doing that. And so, it's about protecting yourself from other people's unsolicited and unwarranted input. Okay, so Leo, let's have a look at the new moon in Aquarius. First and foremost, this is taking place on the 9th of February. Now, let me say straight from the beginning that your 7th house is hugely activated for the whole month of February. And that's because we've got a new moon there. We've got Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house. We've got Mars conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, Venus conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So the 7th house is where it's at for you guys. And then right at the end of the month, the 8th house will be where it's at because we've got a triple conjunction there. Okay, so on the 9th of February, Leo, the new moon in Aquarius will be taking place at 20 degrees in your 7th house. So new moons indicate a new chapter taking place, a new start, a new beginning. And the 7th house rules over your personal one-to-one relationships. So this can be your long-term relationship, or let's say your serious relationship. It doesn't need to be long-term. This can represent your marriage. This can represent any kind of business partnership that you have, one-to-one clients, business clients, and deals. The 7th house is associated with sales deals, as well as the promises that we make to other people. So it is a house which represents contracts and agreements. So this new moon is taking place in the 7th house, but it is squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 10th house, and it's a very tight square. It's 19 degrees. So first of all, Aquarius is an air sign, and anything that happens in Aquarius moves quick, smart. And the square to Uranus rules over Aquarius, indicates that some change happens. Something is happening really quickly, really fast, and the square element is like, whoa, I didn't see this coming. Or I need to move really, really quickly to capitalize on this. This can indicate that you are entering into a new relationship, or Franklin, not now. It's my cat. Sorry. Entering into a new relationship, or you're taking your existing relationship to the next level or to another level. For some of you, this can indicate the breakdown of a relationship, but it doesn't have to be that way. I do anticipate that there is some sort of activation to your relationship sector if you are in a relationship, okay? And that doesn't necessarily have to be a change of status. It could be that something is taking place in your significant other's life, which is impacting you, or which is, let's say, notable. All right, so something to be wary of. And it could just be something unexpected that's happening with them. On a different note, this can indicate going into business with a new person, client, new business partnership. This can indicate that you want to break an agreement, because 20 degrees is the Scorpio degree. So maybe you are wanting to cut ties with a client. Maybe you're wanting to quit your job. Maybe there's an opportunity for you to jump ship. So go from one job to another job, one industry to another industry. Or it could be that your title at work is changing, or your responsibilities at work change on a dime, and this could be rather unexpected for you. Now, on the 13th of February, Mars is going to enter the sign of Aquarius, and it's going to form a conjunction with Pluto at 0 degrees. So this will be the start of a new 2-year cycle for you, Leo. It's cold now. Anyway, so this will bring up your fears and insecurities, there's no doubt. This can be to do with your significant other, your spouse. This could be to do with someone that you're in business with, a contract that you want to sign or a contract that you have signed. This could be to do with I think I already said a client, a business client, or a business partner, but this could also be to do with a one-to-one personal friendship that you have. So you may just be wondering, what is this person's intentions? Do I really want to be doing business with them? Maybe you feel like this other individual, whether it's a significant other, a spouse, a friend, a client, a business partner, that they somehow want to control you, that they somehow are emotionally manipulating you or pulling on your emotional strings. To be fair, the shoe could be on the other foot, right? Where you feel that they are doing this to you, but you could be projecting. So this is a very, very important, let's say, conjunction or aspect for you to consider. If this person is showing up in my life and I don't like them here, or I don't like what they're doing, in what way have I allowed this behavior? Now, you may not have allowed this behavior, but it's just starting out of the blue and boom. Hello, Leo, it's time to set boundaries. I don't like this. You're not going to be doing this to me anymore. I'm laying the law down here. Now, on a different note, this can indicate a very, very lucrative business opportunity or career opportunity. And for some of you, this can actually indicate that there are changes happening to your property and living circumstances. And I say this because Mars rules, you've got Scorpio on the fourth house cusp. So both Mars and Pluto rule over the fourth house. So this can be about plans to relocate, to move in with someone, to have someone move in with you. You may just be experiencing fears and insecurities about the person that you live with, or what the next chapter holds for you with respect to your living situation. Okay, so some of you may be buying a property, some of you may be receiving help or assistance from another person to put towards your living situation or your property if you own your own property. Now, on the 17th of February, Venus will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, and this is taking place at 0 degrees. So the seventh house again is all about relationships, personal relationships of all kinds, and Venus rules over love as well as relationships. Ultimately, with this conjunction occurring in your seventh house, this can indicate that you are potentially having very, very important conversations with your significant other. You could be trying to get on the same page. You could be sharing something important with them, or they could be sharing something important with you. Venus rules over your third house, which represents siblings, extended relatives, friends, clients, and neighbors. So you could be having an important interaction with one or more of these individuals. And again, you may be having to enforce your boundaries. Okay, because Venus represents this individual, all these individuals, and the conjunction to Pluto in your seventh house is like, hey, I want your time. I want your attention. I want you to commit, just the seventh house. I want you to commit to me in this way. I want your word. I want you to feel obliged or to carry out this responsibility. So it could be that you were like, no, I can't do that. Or you could be severing an existing responsibility that you have towards this person. On a different note, you could be coming to an agreement with this person. Maybe You are agreeing to share mutual resources in some way, shape, or form. In one way or another, Leo, your boundaries will be tested. Your relationships will be at the forefront of what you are experiencing in the month of February. And Pluto will be dredging up any toxicity in your existing relationships. And you may be wanting to erect boundaries or to eject people from your life. But Pluto here can allow you to experience a much, much deeper level of intimacy and closeness in your personal one-to-one relationships. And important support can be coming in from another person or from other people if you allow it. Maybe you have to relax certain boundaries. That's another way that this could be playing out for you, Leo. So then on the 24th of February, we're going to have a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees in your second house. So the second house is all about finances, resources, your personal values, possessions, and it also rules over anything that's in storage. And full moons in general are all about the ending of a chapter, the closing out of a cycle, or potentially having an important realization or epiphany. So the full moon in the second house will be opposing Mercury and Saturn in your 8th house and trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 10th house. So we've got some beautiful, helpful energy here from this trine, especially the trine to Jupiter in the 10th house for you. So this can indicate that you are receiving a bonus. Maybe you're selling off a bunch of your possessions. Maybe you are getting money for this. You could be clearing out your storage. You could be decluttering, especially because it's in the sign of Virgo. You could be receiving a beautiful gift because it's at the Leo degree. 5 degrees is the Leo degree. So you could be receiving a lovely gift from another person. This could be from maybe your children, or from your significant other, although it doesn't necessarily have to be. On a different note, this can indicate that you are having an important epiphany or realization with respect to your self-worth. What am I worth? Should I be earning more money? Should I be charging higher? Maybe I need to up my standards. Maybe it's okay for me to not settle and not lower my standards. So you can be experiencing an important uptick in your self-esteem and in your confidence levels, especially because of this trine to Jupiter in Taurus at 10 degrees in the 10th house. So maybe this is like, hey, I know what I want to be doing with work. I know what I am worthy of in terms of salary, what I should be paid, how I want to be treated. And this can allow you to really align these two things. Anywhere where there's disconnect or discord, it's like, hey, let's bring this back into alignment so that what I'm receiving is congruent with what I believe I am worth. Now, on the 28th of February, there is going to be a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn in Pisces at 9 degrees in your 8th house. Now, to be fair, the conjunction's not all happening at once. Within a few hours, Sun will conjunct Mercury, Mercury will conjunct Saturn, and the Sun will conjunct Saturn. And they may not necessarily be in that order, but it doesn't matter for what I'm going to be saying here. So, this is such an important activation of your 8th house. And the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets. They are all vocational planets. That doesn't mean that this interpretation is solely based on work and career. Okay, I know a lot of you are not working, retired, grandparents now, or maybe not grandparents and just not working, or maybe just not working. So just bear with me, guys. This triple conjunction occurring in your 8th house indicates that 8th house topics are of importance to you. All right, so we're looking at mutual resources, shadow work, fears and insecurities, deep healing, transformation, anything to do with esoteric knowledge, occult topics, anything to do with conspiracy theories, digging for the truth, removing blockages, potentially overcoming addictions, overcoming fears and insecurities. And because this conjunction is occurring at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree, maybe this is about you learning about one of these topics, learning about astrology, learning about tarot, becoming a psychic medium, learning about the chakra system, learning about healing and transformation, or something to do with crime. Maybe you're looking at how you can foster a career in one of these areas. Maybe you want to start joining your mutual resources and your finances with another person. Maybe you and your significant other are working towards traveling together or learning something together. I say this because Saturn rules over your 7th house, which represents your significant other, and 9 degrees is Sagittarius. So this is travel and education. So maybe you are pulling your resources together to learn something new, work towards a goal or dream that you have for the future, or a travel plan that you have, maybe learning astrology together. That could be another way that this is playing out. Maybe you are teaching in one of those areas, or you are becoming some kind of mentor or voice of reason. You could be starting to see a psychologist or a therapist or some kind of healer. You could be starting some kind of healing treatment while as a result of this conjunction taking place. Okay, so this is a very important time, and I do want you Leos to take note of whatever is coming up for you around the 28th of February, okay, give or take a few days. And lastly, I really do think that you guys will be overcoming fears and blockages and insecurities. And I think that, we can potentially reinterpret this to say you're breaking down certain barriers which are associated with self-limiting beliefs, and figuring out that your beliefs inform your reality, especially because this conjunction is occurring at 9 degrees, which is Sagittarius, which rules over your beliefs. So Leo, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Next, I'm going to move on to Virgo, and then I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. And timestamps will be added as soon as I can after the video. Any help in the comment section below would be so appreciated. It means I can get the timestamps out faster. So Virgo, I've got like a stiff neck. Virgo, this is your word of the month for February. Let's see. And I'm going to take another one because a lot of the other signs got two. Sorry for any sign that only got the one. Okay. Okay. We have faith first, and then we have held. I'm a Virgo moon myself, just throwing that out there. So this message is for me too. Your faith is being tested, and I suppose I can reinterpret the word held to say hold. Hold your faith, Virgo. Hold your faith, because you are being held. You're being held by your loved ones on the other side. You're being held by your spirit guides, and whatever it is that you believe in. If you believe in a higher power, these cards are asking you to have faith and to hold your vision. And even if you feel that, let's say you have no help, your dreams and your goals and your visions and everything in your heart that you want to call into your life is being held by the divine. So Virgo, now let's do the astrology part. That's what you guys are here for. So thank you for bearing with me. I'm a tarot reader as well. I can't help but love my cards. So on the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius at 20 degrees in your 6th house. Now, Virgo, your 6th house is so activated. We've got new moon conjunct. Sorry, they've got the new moon there. We've got Mercury conjunct Pluto in the 6th house. We've got Mars conjunct Pluto and Venus conjunct Pluto. And guess what? The 6th house is already associated with Virgo energy. So we are already very accustomed to this energy. If this was any other sign dealing with this, they would not deal as well as us Virgos. So new moons are all about a new chapter taking place, a new beginning of sorts. So we're planting the seed for something new, or something new is taking place, whether we like it or not. This new moon is squaring Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees in your 9th house. So the 6th house is all about your work, your day-to-day life, your comings and goings. Even if you're not working, it's like, what do you do in your day-to-day, your habits, your routines, the admin stuff, the tedium, the just the everyday Virgo things that no one except Virgos really like. And the 6th house is also about your pets too, and diet, nutrition, health, and so on and so forth. So many of you Virgos will be setting new health goals, setting new routines, getting on top of your day-to-day work tasks, maybe starting a new job. Potentially within the job that you already do, there are new tasks, new duties. Maybe there's a new system that you need to adapt to. The square to Uranus means we didn't ask for this. I wasn't planning this. Where did this come from? You know, the square is like something unexpected, and maybe it's a challenge, or maybe this is part of your goal for the future because it's in the 9th house. Maybe this is something that you want to call in, but perhaps the timing is out of left field. You weren't planning to do this yet. It's premature. Or an opportunity comes up which is like too good to be true, and you need to make these changes like yesterday. So this could be a health goal, a work goal, a travel opportunity, an education opportunity. Maybe you are wanting to learn something new. Maybe you are wanting to become a teacher or create, let's say, teaching course material or course content. And the square just represents this sense of urgency. Or if you're already on this path and you're already doing these things, it's like, okay, now you have to adapt, now you have to adjust. So I do think that a lot of you Virgos will be making significant changes to your day-to-day routine. And this could be with fitness, this could be health goals, nutrition goals, and maybe this new chapter that is starting is being born from necessity. For example, perhaps you want to travel abroad, but you need to get your health to a certain point, or you need to overcome fears and blockages in this department. Or perhaps you are wanting to set important goals for yourself, and these just come out of the blue like a sudden download of information. And even though it would take a lot of work for you to change up your life and change up your routine, it's worth it, and you just act on an impulse, but it takes a lot of personal willpower and courage to do so. So then on the Oh, sorry, let me just say one more thing. With this new moon, Pluto is at 0 degrees Aquarius and Mercury is at 7 degrees Aquarius. So this new moon is definitely impacting us Virgos on a personal level, more so than one would ordinarily think, because the Aquarius is making a quincunx to Virgo, so it's not the same sign. It's not the same element, and it's not the same modality. Now, on the 13th of February, Mars is going to enter Aquarius, and it's going to make a conjunction to Pluto at 0 degrees. This is a new 2-year cycle that is taking place. These conjunctions between Mars and Pluto only happen every 2 years. And Mars is a planet which represents being assertive, taking action, making a plan, moving forward with that plan, as well as it rules over willpower, courage, independence. So Pluto represents our fears, our insecurities, but it also is associated with deep healing and profound transformation if we activate it and we shift to that higher vibration. So Mars conjunct Pluto in the 6th house. Remember, I said the 6th house is hugely activated for you. This conjunction taking place in the 6th house can indicate that there are fears and insecurities and blockages that are coming up that pertain to work, what you do for work, what you want to do for work. Maybe you're not doing that yet. Your day-to-day life, your habits, your routines. Maybe this is to do with getting to the bottom of why you procrastinate so damn much. That was a message to me at myself. I procrastinate so much. Just Gemini, Virgo things. Anyway, so this can indicate that you are potentially having some profound realizations come through when it comes to your health. I can't go on like this. I can't keep eating this way. I can't keep ignoring my health. I can't avoid going to the doctor any longer, or the physiotherapist or the chiropractor or whoever it is that you see. If you have fears surrounding health, I'm warning you now, lovingly, that these are going to come up, not because there's a real problem necessarily, but because you have to move through the shadow side and move through the triggers and insecurities. Now, I'm just saying this because it's coming through as a download now. I didn't necessarily have notes on this at all, but if you experience some kind of health crisis around the 13th of February, it may not be real. Now, this is a general reading, so take this with a grain of salt. Apply it to your situation only if it resonates. But what I'm saying to you is you may not need to freak out to the extent that you are freaking out. This could be a figment of your imagination, or it could be your fears and insecurities being triggered to the point where you have to go and see someone for whatever ailment or problem you may be experiencing. And guess what? They may turn around and say, it's no big deal, or it's this, or it's a very simple treatment, it's a very simple fix. And then you may be presented with the truth of the situation, which is, oh, I built this up in my head so much to the point where I went into a total nosedive or tailspin of anxiety, but it actually wasn't a big deal. That's one way that this can play out. Some of you guys may just be taking control of your life, taking control of your health. Perhaps this is cutting out sugar, taking certain allergies or intolerances more seriously, going to get tested for health concerns that you've had for a while. Maybe this is, getting your blood work tested. And for others of you, this can indicate that you are feeling empowered, feeling like you are more in control, that you are overcoming fears, overcoming triggers and insecurities and blockages. And for others of you, this could be that you're starting a new chapter in your work life. Maybe you are confronting someone who is bullying you. Maybe you are being more selective about the work that you do, the clients that you see, the hours that you keep. Maybe you're putting your foot down and saying, I'm not doing overtime anymore unless you pay me. Okay, so there could be changes to your roster, changes to your work routine, but it's going to require you to stand up for yourself and advocate for yourself. Now, on the 17th of February, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, 0 degrees, also in your 6th house. So Venus rules over your 2nd house, which represents finances and resources and your personal values. And it also rules over your 9th house, which is to do with travel, education, and your belief system and your sense of faith, whatever it is that you have faith in, whatever it is that you believe in. So Venus conjunct Pluto in your 6th house can indicate that you are, let's say, overcoming certain food intolerances, issues with your diet, issues with your nutrition. This can indicate that you may have certain substances that you feel too reliant upon. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're, fully addicted to hard drugs, although for some of you, this could be what it's about. It could be that you're overly reliant on painkillers, overly reliant on certain medication, and you are feeling beholden to this, and this is starting to come up for you with this conjunction where it's like, I want to make different choices. I want to make different choices when it comes to my diet, when it comes to what I'm ingesting, when it comes to my health routine. Maybe this is you forming new habits or belief systems surrounding food. Maybe this is you wanting to cook for yourself more often, or eat more, let's say, organic food potentially, and basically take control of your health. On a different level, this can indicate that you're potentially getting a loan for something, and maybe you are borrowing money, maybe you're actually lending money to someone, maybe you are paying someone back. So basically, I'm saying this because Venus rules over the 2nd house, which is finances and resources, and Pluto rules over shared resources, so your mutual resources. So basically, this can indicate that there is an important shift that's taking place when it comes to your money mindset and breaking out of potentially a lack mindset. So you could be smashing through long held negative thought patterns when it comes to what is my self-worth, what am I capable of in terms of a job, what should I be earning, oh, I couldn't possibly ever get a loan for this amount of money, or how am I ever going to pay this person back? And this can indicate that you are having an important download or realization when it comes to the work that you do. Maybe you're quitting unceremoniously. Maybe you are getting involved in work because this is taking place in your 6th house, which is very Plutonian in nature. Maybe you're looking at becoming a healer or a healthcare practitioner. Maybe you are looking at doing, let's say, involving astrology or tarot or something occult or esoteric in nature for your work practice. And lastly, some of you could be having a really profound reading, so maybe an astrological reading or an occult or esoteric reading, which completely changes your life when it comes to you realizing what you want to do for work, or you realizing the ways in which your day-to-day habits and routines are no longer serving you. And so, Virgo, now let's have a look at the full moon that is taking place on the 24th of February. So this will be at 5 degrees. This will be occurring in your 1st house. So anytime we have a full moon in our 1st house, it's significant. Okay, we feel it. The Virgos who will be feeling it the most will be those around 5 degrees, or we can say the first 10 degrees of Virgo. Okay, and this full moon will be opposing Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 7th house. And it will also be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 9th house. So full moons are all about the ending of a chapter taking place, the ending of a cycle. This is all about having important realizations and epiphanies. So with this full moon taking place in your 1st house at 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree, this can indicate that you are having important realizations or conversations with your children, if you have children or grandchildren potentially, with your significant other. This can indicate that you are potentially taking your relationship with your significant other or with someone that you're even just casually dating to the next level. Maybe you're becoming exclusive, or maybe you and your partner are making a commitment or a promise to each other, especially because this full moon is opposite Mercury, which is your ruling planet, and it's opposite Saturn in the seventh house. And Saturn in the seventh house are both associated with commitments and responsibilities and giving our word to another person. So, for others of you, this can indicate that your relationship with your children, or one of your children, or your grandchildren, or a grandchild, could be plural, could be, just singular. Maybe you're having a shift in one of these relationships. So, you could be working towards doing something with your child or your grandchildren, which brings the two of you together. You could be taking on you could be releasing certain parental commitments. So, for example, you could become an empty nester. Maybe your child is moving out. Maybe as a grandparent, uh, you had babysitting responsibilities a certain amount of times per week, and it's like this is lessening somehow. On a different note, some of you Virgos could be relocating, especially if you're a Virgo rising or a Virgo moon. You could be moving in with a partner. Someone could be moving in with you. You could be getting pregnant around this time or giving birth. On a different note, this can indicate that you are letting go of some kind of emotional blockage or insecurity that you've been experiencing. Maybe you are realizing what it would really take for you to experience joy and peace and harmony in your life. And this could require you to let go of certain relationships or connections. Now, lastly, for the month, on the 28th of February, there will be a triple conjunction in Pisces, and this will be between Sun, Mercury, and Saturn at 9 degrees. Now, within the space of a few hours, we'll have Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and Sun conjunct Saturn. May not necessarily be in that order, but all these three conjunctions are taking place at 9 degrees. Okay, so what this indicates to me is that, again, we have your relationships being activated once more. So anytime we've got the first and the seventh house activated, this indicates that your personal dealings with another person or in your personal one-to-one relationships are somehow relevant here. So you could be becoming more exclusive with your significant other. You could be taking things to the next level, getting engaged, maybe getting married, or just talking about your future plans with them. You could be making plans to travel, to study together, to move in together. To be fair, this can indicate you wanting to let go of a certain connection, although because this is a conjunction, it's the start of something new. So I am more inclined to say that this is about how do we take things to the next level? How do we align our beliefs, especially because this is at 9 degrees? For some of you, because the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets or vocational planets, this can indicate that an important new business deal is coming through, new sales, a new contract, a new client. And with Saturn here, this could be something which really asks you to dedicate more time, to become an expert, to level up. Maybe it's a higher level commitment. Maybe you're having to let go of certain responsibilities or clients or other commitments in order to honor this one and to solidify it and to secure it. This can indicate that you may be teaching in a one-to-one capacity or learning something new in a one-to-one capacity. If it's not necessarily involving you directly, although I think it is because Mercury is your ruling planet, this could be an important new chapter that's starting in the life of your partner or your significant other, or maybe even your second born child, because the seventh house does rule over your second born child. But somehow this involves you because of the conjunction to Mercury. So maybe you are offering support to your partner. You could be going into business with your significant other. You could be going into business with one of your children, okay, because Saturn rules over your fifth house. In any case, I see this as a very highly activating and potent conjunction for anything related to business, contracts, agreements, and your personal one-to-one relationships. So, Virgo, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am going to be taking a approximately 10-minute break, and then I will be back with Libra, and I will be going straight through till Pisces. So get yourselves a coffee or a tea or a water. Don't forget to hydrate, and I'll do the same, and I'll be back very soon. Bye. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being patient. I just had to have a little break, make some more tea, pat my cat, and now I'm back to do Libra. Okay, so Libra, first of all, I'm going to start off with a word of the month for you for February. I'm probably going to take a couple, so let's just see what comes out for you, Libra. First, we have Creator. And let's take another one. One's never enough. Gentle. Such beautiful words for Libra. Okay, so first of all, let's go backwards. With gentle. This is asking you to be gentle with yourself, Libra. You guys are being far too hard on yourselves, so you need to give yourself some TLC, that's tender loving care. And you also need to be gentle with your creative processes. So if you are in the middle of working on something creative, learning how to do something artistic or creative, you also need to be gentle with this process as well, because if you rush it, you may kind of stuff the process up, to put it really eloquently. Okay, so Libra, now let's have a look at the astrology of February. So on the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius at 20 degrees in your fifth house. Now, just for the record, the fifth house is so heavily activated for you guys. And that's because not only do we have a new moon there, we also have a Mercury-Pluto conjunction taking place in Aquarius in the fifth house, a Mars and Pluto conjunction, a Venus and Pluto conjunction, and a Venus and Mars conjunction. I'm not going to cover all of those, but just know that the fifth house is highly activated for you. And the fifth house rules over everything we create, our creative projects, our creative babies, our actual babies. So if we have children, it also rules over children in general. So whether, this is like nieces and nephews in your life or your grandchildren, the fifth house is children in our life in general. The fifth house rules over owning our own business, anything creative or performative that we do. It also rules over the solar plexus. Okay, so just here, it rules over confidence, where we derive joy, how we derive joy. And if I didn't say it already, I think I did. Our natural talents, okay, our raw talent. So this month in February, that is what is super duper activated for you Libras. Now, the new moon will take place here on the 9th of February, but it will be squaring Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees. So it's a very tight square in your 8th house. So new moons indicate a new chapter taking place in our lives, a new start, a new beginning. We're planting the seeds or the seed for something new. So this could be that you are wanting to start a new business, or if you own your own business, maybe you are wanting to start something new, create something new. This could be a new work of art. This could be a new painting, a new drawing, poetry. This could be anything to do with performance. So it's like the idea is coming to you, you're putting the building blocks in place, or maybe it's just the kernel of the idea, even if nothing comes further than that. It's just like, okay, I have the download, I know what I want to do. Now, the square to Uranus in the 8th house can indicate that all of a sudden fears and blockages are coming up here. Your insecurities are making themselves known. And this is where you need to be really, really gentle with yourself. So it could be that you're like, I want to start this new business. I want to create this new thing. I want to take my interest in something or my natural talent that I have for something and do something with this. It doesn't necessarily mean monetize it. It's just like, how do I expand upon this further? And the square to Uranus could be like all of a sudden a trigger coming up for you, a fear coming up for you, or maybe you see someone else doing what you want to do. They're living out your dream life, and all of a sudden this jealousy could be taking over, especially because the eighth house is involved here. And it's like, what the hell? I didn't even know that I wanted to do this. I didn't even know how much I wanted this until I saw her doing it, or him doing it, or she has that. He has that life that I want. Okay, so a very powerful activation to a core truth for you could be happening around the 9th of February, okay, with the new moon in Aquarius. Some of you may be excuse me, so just caught. I had a little bit of popcorn before, a little bit of caramel popcorn, so guilty pleasure. I don't even have a sweet tooth, but it's there. Anyway, so basically, with this new moon occurring in your 5th house, you could be having an important epiphany or download or realization when it comes to your romantic life or your sex life. Now, for some of you, you may already be in a relationship, and this square to Uranus is like bringing up fears, bringing up insecurities, or maybe you, around the time of this new moon, so the 9th of February, are admitting something to yourself. Something is making itself known that you can no longer ignore. You can't put this back in the box, or what's been seen cannot be unseen. Now, even if you're not in a relationship, this new moon in the 5th house could have some of you guys going, I thought I was okay by myself, but that was something that I told myself because I was afraid of intimacy, or I was afraid of a relationship. Now, that doesn't mean everyone should be in a relationship. For some of you Libras, being by yourself is just fine. And if that's fine, let's leave that topic alone. Just remember that this is a general reading. So some of you may be realizing that you do have feelings for this person after all, or you do want to call a relationship into your life after all. And because the 5th house rules over children, if you had previously thought that you didn't want children, maybe you are realizing that, oh, actually, I would like to have children in my life one way or another. But the opposite of that can be true as well. So if you and your partner, or even just you by yourself, even if you don't have a partner, always thought, I want children, I want to be a parent, I want to be a parent. This new moon in the 5th house squaring Uranus could be like, that's not my dream anymore. I don't want that anymore. Whether that's because you were conditioned to think that you wanted children and then you're changing your mind, or maybe you just genuinely are changing your mind and your feelings have shifted. In some way, shape, or form, your feelings towards what brings you joy are shifting. They're coming up for you in a big way, or you are being forced somehow to recognize that something you are doing is no longer bringing you joy, or perhaps it never was. Now, on the 13th of February, Mars will enter the sign of Aquarius, and it will conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees in your 5th house. So again, 5th house is very, very activated for you here. As I've previously mentioned, the 5th house rules over things like dating, romance, your love life, sex life, and the 8th house too. It rules over children, owning your own business, your natural gifts and talents, and it rules over anything that you create at all. So your creative ideas. So Mars conjunct Pluto here is the beginning of a brand new 2-year cycle. Okay, this new 2-year cycle is taking place. That's how often Pluto and Mars conjunct one another. So with this happening in your 5th house, first of all, never had that before, because the last time Mars and Pluto were conjunct was probably about 250 years ago. So this can indicate that you are having to address triggers, fears, and insecurities that are coming up, which pertain to your natural intelligence and your natural creative gifts and talents. So Pluto's influence here is, first of all, challenging you to look at why you are afraid to pursue that which you really love, that which you are naturally gifted at, that which you are talented in. And Mars is a planet which represents taking action, being assertive, taking that next step. It has this initiatory energy. So it's about having the courage and willpower to do something new. Mars is a very independent, pioneering energy. Now, Pluto rules over fear, but Mars rules over courage. So when we have these two planets in this powerful combination together, what it represents is taking action despite the fear. Okay, whatever it is that you're afraid of doing, whether this is starting a family, dating again, telling someone that you have feelings for them, starting your own business, giving some kind of creative performance, building a website, writing a book, whatever it is that you are so deeply afraid of doing, I have news for you. The fear is not going to go away until you've done it, and maybe it'll linger around. The point is, if you're waiting to do any of those things or to move in any direction which is bringing you closer to your Dharma and to your joy, if you are waiting for the fear and the anxiety and the trepidation to subside, which is Pluto's influence, before you do that thing, then you will never do it, because it's the unknown and the uncertainty that is holding you back. What will people think? Will I be good at it? Will anyone watch this or read this? What if they do? And what if they, uh, give negative feedback? Whatever you create, someone won't like it. Okay, whatever it is, you start your own business, you write a book, you act in a film, you act in a play, you write a play, you build a website, you have a baby. Not everyone's going to like your kid, sorry to say, and not everyone is going to like what you create. But whatever you create from your seat of power and from this deep, soulful, passionate place, whatever that thing is, it is going to trigger someone else's growth and happiness and spiritual awakening. Not everyone, but whatever you create, it is going to serve the world in some way, because we are all part of the greater collective here. So whatever you do from a place of inspiration will guaranteed inspire someone else to do something that comes from a place of passion for them. Moving along, on the 17th of February, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto, also in your fifth house at 0 degrees too. Now, Venus is your ruling planet, so I'm not going to go too much into this conjunction because a lot of it was already discussed with the Mars-Pluto conjunction. But let's put it this way. Whatever was bubbling up for you around the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th of February, so after the Mars-Pluto conjunction, maybe you don't take that action then, or you don't go full throttle. But once Venus, which is your ruling planet, conjuncts Pluto in the fifth house at the same degree, that's probably the point at which the fears are either subsiding or put to the side, and you are moving forward with this creative project, with this creative idea. And for some of you, this is as simple as experiencing, or dare I say, allowing yourself to experience joy in your life, to create for the sake of creating, not for it to be seen, not for it to be monetized, not for someone else to capitalize on it, not for clout, not for Instagram or TikTok, just for the pure joy of creatorship. Okay, so I know things have been tough for Libra. And I say this because you had Saturn going through Aquarius in your fifth house for like 2.5 years. And ultimately, Saturn paved the way, cleared this path for Pluto to come in and totally change this up for you. Okay, so this is a new 20-something year cycle with Pluto being in your fifth house. So this is going to switch up your love life, romantic life, what you do for fun, what you do for pleasure, you delving into these natural gifts and talents of yours. And for some of you, this can indicate the Pluto Venus conjunction that you may be getting pregnant around this time. Very, very possible. If that's not what you want, be careful. For others of you, this can indicate that your relationship with your significant other is taking a very, very significant and important turn. What that turn is depends on your personal situation, because this is a collective reading, but this can indicate being honest, sharing truths, confiding in one another, maybe discovering a secret about your significant other or vice versa. And the same can be said for your relationship with your child or with, your children. And that's because the fifth house rules over children. Okay, so this can indicate that you are experiencing more intimacy with your child in terms of like a close emotional personal relationship with them. They may be confiding in you, you may be confiding in them. And for some of you, this can indicate that your child may be getting pregnant around this time. So perhaps you're going to become a grandparent, or if you're already a grandparent, maybe this is happening again. So now let's have a look at the full moon. So this is taking place on the 24th of February. The full moon will be at 5 degrees in your 12th house, and it will be opposite Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 6th house. Excuse me. And it will be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 8th house. So I'm very happy to see the trine here. That's really helpful, harmonious, peaceful energy, or some kind of opportunity that's coming through for you. So the full moons in general can be about the ending of a chapter taking place, the closing out of a cycle or a pattern, having an important epiphany or realization. And this can also indicate that you are seeing things that you either didn't see before or with a fresh pair of eyes. Because if you think about it, the moon is never brighter than when it is full. So that's where we get this illumination coming through. The 12th house rules over self-sabotaging behavior, isolation, mental health problems and issues, substances issues, but it is also a very creative house. It's a very spiritual house. It is associated with things like meditation, yoga, spirituality. So psychic readers, mediums, tarot readers as well. The full moon here in your 12th house can indicate that you may be having a very profound astrology reading, or reading with a psychic or a tarot reader or any kind of reader, maybe a past life regression. You can be understanding how the behavior that you have been exhibiting or participating in has been self-sabotaging you in some way. This could be to do with substances, your reliance on them, or certain medications that you're taking that you are thinking you may not want to take anymore, that you may want to reduce in some capacity. On a different note, this can indicate that you are completing some kind of creative project. Maybe this is writing a creative book, a fantasy book. Maybe this is you completing some sort of photography collection of works or filmography. This could be to do with writing poetry, and perhaps you have already written these pieces, or you have already created these works. But the full moon at 5 degrees, so 5 degrees is the Leo degree, can indicate that you want these to be seen. You're wanting your work to be appreciated. And maybe you are choosing to reveal this somehow. And because of the trine to Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus, to me, this indicates that it can be appreciated, and you can find someone who, let's say, share your work with someone who finds value in what you're doing. Because Jupiter and Uranus are in the 8th house, and this full moon is taking place in the 12th house, I see this as not necessarily putting it out there for the world to see, but maybe sharing it with a loved one and just saying, hey, what do you think of this? And receiving some sort of positive feedback in return. Now, lastly, for the month, on the 28th of February, we will have a triple conjunction between Sun, Mercury, and Saturn. So this is all taking place in Pisces at 9 degrees. To be fair, these conjunctions are not all happening at once. They will take place within a few hours. So we'll have the Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and the Sun conjunct Saturn. Not necessarily in that order, but all at 9 degrees in Pisces. This is happening in your 6th house. The 6th house is all about your day-to-day habits, your daily routines, nutrition, health, rules over pets as well. The 6th house represents any sort of admin task or day-to-day task that you have to complete. It also rules over cleaning and things like loans, debts, mortgages, and so on and so forth. So having this triple conjunction take place in the house of work between the 3 planets, which are all associated with work in some way, so they're vocational planets, can indicate that there's a new chapter that's taking place here. And because this is happening at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree, you may be learning something new in order to upskill for your work or for the kind of work that you want to do. You may become a teacher. You may enlist the services of a teacher or enroll in some kind of course. On a different note, this can indicate that you are paying off This can indicate that you are obtaining a loan for travel or for educational purposes, or maybe your work is going to be footing the bill somehow. On a different note, this can indicate that you are experiencing downloads or getting some kind of clarity about your dream, which is this 9 degrees Sagittarius vibe here, about your dream for what you want to be doing for work. And it doesn't need to be like your work in terms of career. Some of you are not working, some of you retired. This can be to do with how you are of service, maybe starting a charity, maybe volunteer work, maybe travel for the purpose of charity or volunteer work. And for others of you, this can be to do with your spiritual day-to-day routine. And I say that because 9 degrees is associated with Sagittarius, which is your belief system. So this can be religious or spiritual, especially because Pisces is spiritual in nature. So for example, it may be like, okay, I'm a spiritual person. I believe in astrology and tarot, or whatever it is that you believe in. And you may realize that the life that you are leading in the day-to-day does not match up with your belief systems. So this can see you wanting to potentially take up a yoga practice, a meditation practice, kick some kind of addiction. Maybe you want to stop drinking alcohol or stop smoking weed. These are just examples. They're not necessarily suggestions. Some of you may want to change your diet. So you may want to go vegetarian or vegan, or perhaps the way that this conjunction is playing out is that you are wanting to adopt a pet. Perhaps you are wanting to foster an animal or work towards animal welfare in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so that's all I have for you, Libra. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm going to move on to Scorpio, but first, I need to plug in my charger so that my laptop doesn't die halfway through. Okay, and perhaps a tea break. So this is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Risings. And first, I am going to pull a card for the month. Okay, so this will be your word for the month and a little bit of advice and interpretation for you. And thanks for your patience, everyone. For some reason, this live is going for ages. Happens sometimes. I talk a lot. Okay, Scorpio, this is your word for the month for February. And I'm going to take 2 because most of the other signs got 2. Oh, straight away. Okay. So we have momentary and we have within. Okay, so first of all, whatever difficulty or hardship you are experiencing right now, it is momentary. Whatever pause you are experiencing, it is momentary. Whatever uncertainty or lack of clarity you have, it is momentary. And whatever downwards turn in your faith you have at the moment, it is momentary. Now, whatever you are seeking externally, you have within. The love you need, the resources that you need, the courage that you need, the support that you need, you have it within. If you are not receiving the kind of support that you had hoped for, or that you had expected, or that you just feel entitled to, if you're not receiving that, it's because that person or those individuals cannot offer you what it is that you need, and what you are looking for, you already have within. And so now let's get into the astrology of it all, Scorpio. Scorpio, your 4th house is so activated for February. We've got a new moon there, Mercury conjunct Pluto, Mars conjunct Pluto, and Venus conjunct Pluto. So that means that the themes, the major themes for you for this month will be about your family life, family dynamics, your ancestry, your lineage. So even if you are not in contact with any of your family, it's again about your ancestry, your lineage, your roots, making peace with experiences or episodes from your childhood, or letting go from traumatic events from your childhood, or that occurred in your family life or in your family dynamic. Not to mention, for others of you, this could very much be about your property and living circumstances, buying, selling, relocating, moving, someone moving in, someone moving out, becoming an empty nester, and so on and so forth. So on the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius at 20 degrees. This will take place in your 4th house. It will square Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees in your 7th house. And so new moons are all about a new chapter taking place, a new beginning, and planting the seeds for something new, planting a seed to see something new in our lives. So this can indicate that you are feeling like you want to relocate. It's time to move on. It's time to move out. Or maybe you want to move in with someone else. You want someone to move in with you. Maybe you and your significant other are looking at combining your lives together. This could even indicate a temporary break from your current living situation, especially because the new moon is occurring at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree. So it's like something unexpected, something unplanned. And the square to Uranus also reinforces that too. So for some of you, this can be a change of living situation, which is unexpected or which is happening sooner than you thought. This could be someone moving in with you sooner than expected, or departing sooner than expected. For others of you, this can indicate that you are maybe getting pregnant unexpectedly, or perhaps you were planning to, but this just happened a lot sooner than you thought. Now, on a different note, this can indicate that you are laying the groundwork for a new relationship dynamic with either your family, a family member, or someone that you live with. And this could also be your significant other, okay, whoever it is that you consider family, and your children as well. On the 13th of February, Mars will enter Aquarius and it will conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees in your fourth house. Both Mars and Pluto are your ruling planets. Now, wherever Mars go, because I look at it as traditional rulership, all right? So wherever Mars goes, whatever Mars is doing, this is where you are actively putting your focus, or you're consciously putting your focus. Whereas Pluto, we can say, is maybe more subconscious. So with this taking place at 4 degrees in your fourth house, again, those themes that I just mentioned are what is coming up to the surface. It has to be noted that this could be a tense time in your household. Arguments, discord, disconnects, disagreements could be breaking out around the 13th of February. Now, I don't want you guys to freak out, although as Scorpios, you guys don't really freak out. My candle just went out as I said that. Ultimately, this is an opportunity. These triggering situations are coming up, all these blockages, fears, insecurities, probably more like anger, like eruptive volcanic anger could be coming up for you around the 13th of February. And it could be over things that are unexpected for you. You're like, oh, why am I so angry about this or at this person? Or it could be things that you thought you were so over, and it's just like a match being lit and just thrown onto gasoline, and you're like, I didn't know I had this within me still. I thought I had moved on from this. And so this is a very powerful time for you to purge yourself of toxicity, toxic emotions, negative emotions. This can be you having very honest and forthright conversations with family members, your significant other, your children, or someone that you live with. And for others of you, you could be having very psychic, mystical experiences that involve your loved ones on the other side, or your ancestors, or your lineage somehow. This can see you wanting to do a deep dive into your roots. Where did I come from? Who were my biological parents? What were my grandparents like? This can indicate that you are wanting to learn more, you're wanting to know more. And this can also indicate that you may be discovering hidden, buried truths about your ancestors, or about a loved one, or someone that you live with. And for others of you, this can indicate that you are starting some new 2-year chapter, 2-year cycle with Mars conjunct Pluto. This only happens every 2 years. And this can be working towards a plan to buy a property, relocate, redevelop, refurbish. This can be for you to potentially share your place with someone else, or you and your significant other are working towards construction, or building something for you guys, or perhaps for your children or your grandchildren. And moving along, on the 17th of February, Venus will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius at 0 degrees, and Venus rules over your 7th house, which represents relationships, your personal one-to-one relationships, as well as contracts and deals, etc. So this conjunction can indicate that you may be signing a new lease, buying a property, looking at selling your property, having someone move into your place, you moving into someone else's place. And on a different note, this can indicate that your significant other could be getting pregnant. Okay, so whether it's you, whether it's them, because of all these activations to your 4th house, expanding your family further is definitely on the cards for you in February. And, even if your children are already adults, so you're not at the age where you're expanding your own family further, your children could be potentially having children. Now, this can indicate you becoming closer with someone in your family, so someone sharing their secrets with you, their fears and insecurities with you. It could go the other way, so you could have a very eye-opening experience with someone in your family or someone that you live with, or maybe even you and your child, where it's like you're getting to know each other better and you're breaking down these walls and breaking down these barriers. Or perhaps you will be helping your child or maybe your grandchild or grandchildren out with your resources. So this could be letting them stay in your property, or giving them money towards a property, or you could be helping someone out in your family in this respect. It doesn't necessarily need to be grandchildren. Sorry, guys. Gotta hydrate. So next, let's have a look at the full moon in Virgo. Okay, Scorpio. So this is taking place on the 24th of February. It's in your 11th house. And full moons indicate the ending of a chapter taking place or the ending of a cycle. It can also indicate us being aware of something. So it's like we are seeing something illuminated, we're having an important realization or an important epiphany, but it can also be a time of release. So, with this full moon taking place at 5 degrees in your 11th house, and with it opposing Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 5th house, it's also going to be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in the 7th house, by the way. This can indicate that you are concluding some kind of big project that you've been working really hard on. You could be releasing something online, so via social media or on your social media platform. You could be closing down your social media account or accounts. You could be receiving important financial backing from an investor or a supporter of sorts for some kind of creative project or business venture of yours. This can indicate that you are participating in a community project or maybe even some sort of humanitarian cause or protest. On a different note, this can indicate that you are maybe having a falling out with a friend, or you could just be putting it all out on the table and having an important conversation with them. I'm inclined to say that this wouldn't be a full-blown fallout in terms of like cut cords, end the relationship altogether. And I say that because the full moon is trining Uranus and Jupiter. So you could be having a very testing conversation with them, but ultimately there is a workaround and a way to work through it. On a different note, this full moon is taking place at the Leo degree, which is 5 degrees. And this full moon is happening in the 11th house, and the 11th house represents receiving praise and acknowledgement and recognition for something that we've done, or maybe even a reward. So you could be receiving positive feedback or praise, or something that you have created or worked on could be received well by other people. Sorry guys, I'm just getting a little bit scratchy in the throat. So lastly, Scorpio, on the 28th of February, there will be a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn in Pisces at 9 degrees. To be fair, this conjunction isn't happening all at the same time. It'll take place within a few hours. So we will have the Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and the Sun conjunct Saturn, not necessarily in that order. In any case, this is the start of something new, and it's happening in your 5th house. So this can indicate that you are maybe starting your own business, or if you own your own business already, taking this in a new direction, expanding further. Maybe it's a side hustle and now you're making it your full-time job. This can indicate that you are, sorry guys, excuse me. This is no good. I've got another 4 signs. This can indicate that you are making your relationship with another person serious, more exclusive, taking it to the next level. And I say that because the fifth house is about dating, love life, and romance. And Saturn here is like, what are we? Are we exclusive? What are our goals for the future? Especially because this is at 9 degrees. So you and your significant other could be making plans for the future of your relationship, or this could be about you deciding that you want to have children in the future. Or if you already have children, this could be about maybe planning a trip with them or deciding together on a new parenting strategy. On a different note, this can indicate that you may have new babysitting responsibilities for your grandchildren. Now, another way that this can play out is that this can be the beginning of a new creative project, and it's one that you will be dedicated to and committed to. So Saturn will require you to put in the hard effort, put in the hours, put in the work. To me, this indicates something that would take you a very long time. Sorry, guys, one sec. I may have to have another break after Sagittarius, but hopefully not. Sorry. So this can indicate that this new project that you're starting will take a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of hard effort. And maybe this is you working towards setting up a business or taking your business to the next level. And another way that this can play out for you is that you may just want to be more, getting more serious about something that you do creatively or artistically, something that's a bit of a hobby for you. And maybe you want to teach this, especially because of this 9-degree influence that we have here. Or maybe you are just wanting to become more masterful with this creative practice or process. So Scorpio, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. And next, I'm going to move on to Sagittarius. The tea breaks are going to be far more frequent. I'm just warning you guys. Okay. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Risings. This is your word for the month for February. I'm going to take a couple of cards. So let's see. Oop, straight away. This says lessons. And let's see what else. Straight away, reflection. Okay, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Risings. You are being called to reflect on certain lessons. Why is this coming up? Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening again? And for others of you, this can indicate that it's time for you to level up. It's time for you to educate yourself further, to take it to the next level, to learn something new, or to revisit things that you've already done before, old lessons that are somehow going to be relevant for you for February. Now, with reflection, this card is asking you, Sagittarius, to reflect on your actions, to reflect on how you got to the place that you are currently at. And in some ways, for some of you, this can be like, if you are not happy where you are, it's time to reflect on what you did in your life to get to this point. That's not to say that everything that's happened to you is your fault, but it's about taking accountability in some area of your life. And for others of you, it's about seeing the silver lining in a difficult situation. This was a really, really difficult thing that I went through. What did I learn from it? Okay, so now Sagittarius, let's get into the astrology. On the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius in your third house at 20 degrees. New moons are all about the planting of a new seed, the start of a new chapter. It's about a new cycle beginning, new ideas, and wanting to fertilize these and put these into practice eventually. But, it's the kernel of the idea, let's say. The third house is extremely activated for you for the whole of February. And that's because not only do we have the new moon here, we've got a Mercury-Pluto conjunction, a Mars-Pluto conjunction, and a Venus-Pluto conjunction, all in Aquarius, all in your third house. So that means that the matters of the third house are of incredible importance for you this month. The third house rules over education, not in terms of college or university. It's more like skills, trades, short courses, daily learning, funnily enough, lessons. And the third house rules over friends, siblings, extended relatives, neighbors, clients, and smaller friendship groups. The third house is also associated with technology, social media, sales, contracts, deals, websites, meetings, and so on and so forth. So this is your primary focus for February. The new moon here in the third house indicates that there is a new chapter starting in one of those areas. I'll give you a few examples. This could be a new chapter that's starting with you and a sibling, you and your extended relatives or friends. You could be making a new friend. Because of the square to Uranus, this could be a friendship that comes out of the blue, or something in your friendships or friendship circle, or an individual friendship could go awry. But that's not to say that you can't overcome certain issues. This can indicate that you are having to quell certain negative thought patterns and communication processes. So the third house is the lower mind. So these are our daily thoughts. This rules over repetitive thoughts, intrusive thoughts, obsessive thoughts, etc. So the square to Uranus in the sixth house can indicate that there is something unhealthy in your thought pattern or thought patterns, or in how you communicate. And the square is asking you to take care of this immediately. It's like something comes up and this needs to be nipped in the bud or addressed like on the spot. On a different note, this can indicate that you are having a new idea for let's say, a business venture, a business idea, so starting a business or expanding your business in a certain direction. And this could come through a demand or a need of a client or your day-to-day processes, thanks to the square to Uranus and Taurus, where it's like, this isn't working, adapt immediately, please and thank you. On a different note, this can indicate that you start reading a new book, or maybe watching a new documentary, or you come across extremely thought-provoking material and content, which totally changes the way that you think and that you communicate. And this may even call into question the kinds of friendships and conversations that you want to be having on the daily. For others of you, you may decide that you want to learn something new, upskill, or potentially create new course content yourself. On the 13th of February, Mars will enter the sign of Aquarius and it will conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees. You have not experienced this in your lifetime. Mars and Pluto have not been conjunct in the sign of Aquarius for some 250 years. And ultimately, this can bring up fears and insecurities, because that is what Pluto does. So you can be experiencing extreme triggers around the 13th of February, and these could be coming up from friends, from family members, from siblings or extended family members, from neighbors, and even from clients, okay, or co-workers. And so Mars conjunct Pluto here can indicate that you are maybe finding out information or a secret about one of these people. Maybe they're sharing something with you. This can indicate that you have suspicions, or you have it on good authority, that someone is backstabbing you, and maybe you need to be kind of ruthless about who you communicate with, what you communicate, and how you communicate. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to absolutely cut someone out of your life, but it could be that you are experiencing, let's say, lessons here in this department, which are really encouraging you strongly to be more vigilant with the information that you share, but also how you speak to others. Okay, so it could be that someone's coming back to you and saying, hey, what you said to me really hurt. I didn't like the way that you spoke to me, or didn't like how you handled this situation. And that can be very triggering. With Venus conjunct Pluto in Aquarius at 0 degrees in the third house on the 17th of February, again, we have this conversation between a relationship planet, which is Venus here, and Pluto. Okay, so ultimately, important conversations may be had. You may have to pull someone into line, especially because Venus rules over your 6th house. So this could be in the workplace. Venus also rules over your 11th house, which represents your friendships. So this can indicate that you're having important conversations with friendships, important conversations with coworkers or with clients, and maybe someone is coming to you for advice. Maybe you are finding out information about a friend of yours or someone that you work with. And for some of you, you could actually decide that you want to go into business with a family member or go into business with a friend. And it's like you're finally going to start this, especially because we've also got that new moon in the third house, which was, the week before. Excuse me. Oh no, one sec. Okay, so on the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees in your 10th house. And full moons are all about the ending of a chapter or the ending of a cycle taking place. And it can be a time for release, a time of completion. And so, with this happening in your 10th house, maybe you're completing an important career milestone, a work project. Maybe you're walking away from your job. Maybe you're receiving a promotion or receiving, let's say, praise or feedback from someone who's in a position of authority at your work. This can indicate that you are potentially retiring from work altogether, or you could be going on parental leave, especially because the full moon's taking place at 5 degrees. This can indicate that you are launching a new business, or that if you have your own business already, you could be launching a new product or a new service, or like a new element to your business somehow. For others of you, this can indicate that you are potentially having an important development in a legal matter, because Virgo is associated with legal matters, and this full moon is occurring in the 10th house, and the 10th house rules over legal matters, or let's say the government. And this full moon is opposite Mercury and Saturn, so maybe this is to do with property, real estate, or child custody. Now, on the 28th of February, there will be a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, Saturn, and Saturn in Pisces at 9 degrees in your 4th house. These conjunctions are taking place a few hours apart, but they will all happen at 9 degrees Pisces. So we'll have Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and Sun conjunct Saturn, all within the space of a few hours. Because this is taking place in your 4th house, this is a very, very significant activation to that which the 4th house rules over: family, property, real estate matters, living circumstances and living matters, living matters, and anything to do with your ancestry and lineage. So, interestingly, the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets. They're all vocational planets for some of you. You could be getting into the real estate industry. Maybe this is starting a new career there. It could be becoming a real estate agent. So you could be selling, you could be a buyer's advocate. This could be property management. This could be interior design somehow. And this could be to do with government housing. Now, you could be working in one of those industries, or if not multiple. On a different note, there may be significant changes happening to your property and living circumstances. Maybe you are renovating, building, expanding. Mercury, you could be drawing up architectural plans. You could be starting to work from home. You could be building an office at your home. Saturn here is to do with building. And with 9 degrees, this is the Sagittarius degree. So this is like your vision for the future. You may not be like starting around the 28th of February, but it's like we're putting the plans in motion. This is what needs to change. This is what we need to work towards. And for others of you, this can indicate becoming a parent. This can indicate babysitting someone else's children. Maybe you're becoming a grandparent. Maybe you have babysitting responsibilities for your grandchildren. And for others of you, this can indicate that you have responsibilities towards your parents. Maybe you are looking at retirement homes for them. Maybe you are looking at live-in assisted care or caregiving responsibilities. You could be organizing this for them, or you could be taking on this important role yourself. And for others of you, you may just be making preparations for, so let's just say you're middle-aged, or you would now class yourself as elderly. Maybe you are looking at your plans for the future. Okay, what are we doing with our will? What are we doing when we can no longer take care of ourselves? Maybe you are drawing up important legal work or paperwork for power of attorney or medical power of attorney, especially because this conjunction is happening at 9 degrees. So somehow Sagittarians are getting their house in order, no matter how old you are. Maybe you're preparing to welcome a child into the world, and you're at the beginning of that journey. In some way, shape, or form, there are changes happening to your property and living circumstances. There's a change in responsibilities towards your family. There's a change in responsibilities towards anyone who is a dependent. Okay, so property is a huge focus for you as of the end of the month. And even if it's not to do with property and living circumstances, this could just be to do with the relationship that you have with your family. So Sagittarius, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. And next, I'm going to move on to Capricorn. So this is for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Risings. This is sorry, I didn't even tell you what this was about. If you're just tuning in, this is your word of the month for February. And I'm going to take a couple because most of the other signs got a couple cards. Okay, Capricorn, word of the month for Feb. Okay, good. 2 came out. Just what I want. Let's see what they are. This says safe. And this card says pleasure. Okay, so first of all, I just got like a really strong feeling that you are concerned about the safety of yourself, one of your loved ones, or a pet. And this card is telling you that they are safe, you are safe. Whatever you are concerned about, whatever you think is unsafe or unsecured somehow, it is actually safe. It will be fine. Next, we have pleasure. Okay, so to me, this indicates that more joy is available to you, more pleasure is available to come into your life. But you also have to welcome it in. You also have to feel that it is safe for you to experience pleasure, for you to experience joy. So you need to make a safe space for that which brings you joy and happiness, because all work and no play makes Capricorn a Capricorn, but it also can make you guys kind of grumpy. So you need to prioritize your happiness. Okay, Capricorn. So let's get into the astrology of it all. On the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius, and this will be taking place at 20 degrees. Your second house, so the new moon's taking place in the second house, and the second house is so activated for you for like all of February. And that's because we have a Mercury-Pluto conjunction here, a Mars-Pluto conjunction here, and a Venus-Pluto conjunction. So these conjunctions are all taking place in Aquarius in your second house. So the second house rules over finances, resources, anything that you store, that you keep in storage. And the second house rules over our personal values, what's important to you. Okay, so with this new moon taking place in the second house, this can indicate that you are generating a new stream of income, that you are looking to procure new resources or new possessions. This can indicate that you are starting a new chapter when it comes to diet, because the new moon represents doing something new and the second house rules over food. This can indicate that you are taking on a new project financially, which maybe involves a high degree of risk, thanks to the square to Uranus in Taurus in the fifth house, or perhaps this is a new approach to saving and budgeting. Now, this is like more of a stereotype, but a lot of Capricorns don't struggle with tightening the purse strings and budgeting. And so maybe this is more about you realizing that it's safe to dip into some of your resources in order to focus on your pleasure. And this isn't just a reading with the cards, this is literally tying in the second house and the fifth house, because the fifth house is all about your joy and your pleasure and your natural gifts and talents. So some of you may be investing in starting a business, investing money in owning your own business, or taking a creative hobby or passion to the next level. In any case, I do see that there is some kind of, let's say, internal conflict around the 9th of February, plus or minus a couple of weeks, that involves your finances and resources and what you do for fun, maybe taking a vacation. Maybe this is to do with your parental commitments with the fifth house, or you enjoying time with your significant other. So those are just a few different ways that this can play out. Now, on the 13th of February, we're going to see Mars entering the sign of Aquarius, and it's going to be conjuncting Pluto at 0 degrees in the second house. So Pluto is all about our fears and insecurities and our shadow side, but it's also this planet which represents a profound potential for transformation and deep healing. So basically, Mars wants you to take action. It's a very courageous planet. It's about being assertive, having a plan. It's also about being a pioneer and being assertive, if I didn't say that already. So Mars conjunct Pluto here in the second house indicates that there may be triggers and insecurities coming up for you with respect to your finances, your resources, your earning capacity, not wanting to overspend, wanting to always have a certain amount of money in the bank, or this could be about you feeling as though you are not worthy of what you are being offered financially, or with respect to resources in some way, shape, or form. And for others of you, this can indicate that you are having to battle within yourself when it comes to your personal values, because Mars rules over your 11th house, as does Pluto, because 11th house is where you have Scorpio. And the 11th house rules over your community. It rules over your wider network and your friends. So this can indicate that there is some kind of disconnect between your friends and communities that you are part of and what their values are and what your personal values are. So maybe this has been thrown into question. Maybe someone is pressing you and questioning you on what your values are, or why are you spending money in this way? Why is this important to you? You know, this could even be to do with superficial things such as your appearance and what you look like, because the second house rules over beauty. It rules over the face. So this could be to do with even like plastic surgery or fillers, or what you're choosing to spend money on and what you're choosing to invest your time and energy into. And even if this isn't being called into question by other people specifically, maybe you yourself are wrestling with insecurities surrounding self-esteem. On the 17th of February, Venus and Pluto will be conjunct in Aquarius at 0 degrees in your second house. And again, these same themes are coming up. But Venus rules over finances and resources. And Pluto also rules over resources, and it actually rules over obscene amounts of wealth or large quantities of money. So Venus conjunct Pluto in the second house here can indicate that you are starting a new chapter when it comes to your earning capacity. And I say I say this because Venus rules over your 10th house, and it also rules over your 5th house. The 10th house represents your work and your career, and the 5th house represents owning your own business, but it also represents what you do for joy. So you could be pursuing earning money from something that brings you joy, from starting your own business, or you could be, let's say, speaking to your boss about what your personal values are. And this could lead to you working less so that you have more time to pursue whatever it is that you're passionate about, with Venus ruling over the fifth house. Maybe this is so you can start your own business. Maybe this is so you can have more time with your children. Maybe this is so you can focus on yourself and starting your own family, even if you haven't started just yet. So this is like you getting really, really clear about what your personal values are, what's important to you, and the balancing act between demanding what you're worth and knowing your worth, but then also not investing your time and your precious resources into things that are not bringing you joy and happiness. On the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees in your 9th house. And this will be opposite Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 3rd house. And it will be trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 5th house. So full moons are all about the ending of a chapter or the ending of a cycle. It can also indicate that we are having an epiphany or an important download of information or a realization. And so with this full moon taking place in the 9th house, for some of you, you could be having an important realization about what your belief systems are, whether these are religious, spiritual, how you feel that the world works. And for others of you, this can indicate that you are potentially having an important spiritual experience or religious experience, and feeling as though your faith is coming through, that which you have been devoted to and faithful to, like holding this optimistic outlook in your life is finally paying off, and you're seeing the truth of a certain situation. For others of you, you could be graduating from something, finishing a course. You may actually be walking away from a position in education. This could be teaching. This could be a course or university program that you are involved in. And for others of you, this can indicate that a romance with a foreigner or someone from a different cultural background to you could be taking place. And on a different note, this can indicate that some creative project that you have worked on could be circulating and reaching a wide audience. So this is to do with, let's say, global recognition, or perhaps getting a publishing deal, or maybe import and export. Maybe you're taking your business global, or the work that you do. Let's say that the job that you're in, the company that you work for, could be going global. So sorry, I was meant to mute that and I didn't. Okay, I'm going to have to take a break after Capricorn just to get my throat okay for the rest of this reading. So, anyway, Capricorn, on the 28th of February, there will be a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn in Pisces, and this will be taking place at 9 degrees in your third house. So, it won't all happen at once. It'll be within a few hours. We'll have the Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So this is an important new chapter that's taking place, and Saturn is your ruling planet. So this does directly involve you. The third house is all about education in terms of short courses, diplomas, coursework, and also group classes, so learning in a group of people. The third house is also associated with learning new skills and trades, and this can represent maybe some of you getting a license for something. So it could be to drive a vehicle, and for others of you, you could be enrolling in a program, teaching course material. This can indicate that you are starting a new business, or there is some sort of new development to the existing business that you have. You may be working on building up a website. This can be a new marketing scheme that you're putting forward. This can indicate that you are taking on more serious clients, or long-term clients, or high-profile clients. But with the conjunction to Saturn, this can indicate that you may be streamlining the clients that you have in the process. Okay, so this is a very important activation to your third house, and it can also indicate that you may be going into business with a friend or with siblings. You could be setting important boundaries with siblings or with certain friends or extended relatives. In any case, this is a profound opportunity for you to learn something new, because this conjunction is taking place at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree, which is to do with learning, and the third house is also to do with learning. So Capricorn, that's all I have for you for February 2024. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am going to move on to Aquarius, but I really need to take a little break, guys, because I never normally film for this long. So I'll be back for Aquarius and Pisces in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm up to Capricorn now. Hopefully my throat will last for the rest of the for the rest of the reading. So, Aquarius, this is your word of the month. I'm going to take a couple of cards. Okay. Oh, flipped and then went back in. Okay. Take another card. Got two cards that have already come out before. One is Believe. I think this has come out twice now. And the other card is Lessons. All right. I feel inclined to say that Aquarians have completed some very, very difficult lessons, and that a new chapter is ready to begin for you guys. It's a new start. It's a fresh new beginning for you, astrologically speaking, but also the lessons card. So I feel like you've learned important lessons, and all that's left to do now is be patient and trust in your vision and believe that it can come to fruition. So your strength of conviction in terms of your beliefs are what will be tested for you in February. And now let's get into the astrology of it, Aquarius. So it's all about you guys this month. Aquarians are going to experience the most heightened activations, astrologically speaking, of all the 12 signs, and that is because of how much activity we have in Aquarius. So, first and foremost, we've got a new moon in Aquarius in your first house on the 9th of February, but also this month, we've got Mars conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, Venus conjunct Pluto, and a few days before the new moon, Mercury will be conjunct Pluto as well. So you can see how it is that you guys are just, the stars of February. So on the 9th of February, the new moon will be in Aquarius in your first house. It's taking place at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, and it is squaring Uranus in Taurus tightly at 19 degrees in your fourth house. New moons are all about a new chapter, a new beginning taking place somewhere in our lives. Because this is occurring at the Scorpio degree at 20 degrees, this indicates that there is a profound opportunity for change and transformation and overcoming certain fears and blockages. The square to Uranus in Taurus in the fourth house can indicate that complications may arise due to your property and living circumstances, something that's going on at home or something that's going on with your family. Or it could be about you breaking out of certain holding patterns when it comes to entrenched family views or expectations of you. If you are an Aquarius moon, if an Aquarius moon, this can indicate that there are huge changes happening with respect to your relationships, your romantic love life, your relationship with your children, maybe actually getting pregnant. For others of you, if you're an Aquarius moon, this can indicate that there are important dynamic shifts that are taking place between you and certain family members, whether these are you and siblings, you and your parents, you and your children, you and your significant other. And I say that because the moon rules over our living circumstances as well as our family. Okay, so family, relationships, dynamics, etc., and our emotional needs. So this can indicate that you guys are having, so you Aquarius moons, I'll get to the rest of you in a moment, you're having important epiphanies about how to move forward. I'm not okay with how I feel emotionally. I need to make changes. How do I shift from one vibration to the next? If you're an Aquarius moon, this can indicate that there is a new chapter starting for you with respect to career or your life goals or your big dreams for the future, or maybe those things are interconnected somehow. So this can indicate that there is a new job opportunity. Maybe you want to start a new business. Maybe you want to throw your hat in the ring for a transfer from one department to another, or for a promotion. For others of you, this can indicate that out of nowhere, you want to leave your job. new moon square Uranus. I want to focus on family. I need to focus on family. My property and living situation is changing. I want to quit. I want to resign, maybe retire. Or it's like, hey, work needs to go on pause so that I can deal with something that's going on with my family life or my home life. If you're an Aquarius rising, all of the above can apply to you because the square to Uranus in the fourth house is encompassing that family property element. And this can indicate that there is a new chapter beginning for you. You want to walk a different path. You want to go a different way. Maybe you want to take a sabbatical, take some time off, go and travel, especially because this new moon is actually squaring not just Uranus, but also Jupiter. So this can indicate that you want to try something different. And it doesn't have to be related to work. It could just be like, I don't want to participate in this family dynamic anymore. I need some time off. I need some time away. I need a break. I can't speak to you guys for a little while. Or I'm just going to, go AWOL and I'll let you know when I'm back. So it could be like a journey of personal discovery. And so again, that new moon's on the 9th of February. And so this energy can be with you plus or minus a week or two. On the 13th of February, Mars will enter Aquarius in your first house and it will conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees. So have you experienced this in your lifetime? No, because the last time Pluto and Mars would have formed a conjunction would have been about 250 years ago, because that's the last time Pluto was in Aquarius. So with this conjunction taking place in your first house and with Mars ruling over independence, being assertive, taking action, willpower, courage, being a pioneer, this can indicate that this is what you want to do. This is what you feel called to do. Carve out a new path, try something else, be assertive, take action, change your life. With Mars ruling over, we've got Scorpio on your 10th house cusp, which means that both Mars and Pluto rule over the 10th house. So somehow this is calling into question, how am I viewed? What's my public image? How am I portraying myself? How am I being perceived? What am I doing for work? What is the legacy that I'm leaving behind? What is the legacy that I'm creating? What have I already created? So this conjunction taking place in your 10th house can be you wanting to just totally switch up whatever path it is that you're already on, whether this is to do with love, romance, relationships, relationship status, work status, your responsibilities in a higher sense. Maybe you want to take on a position of power or leadership. Maybe you don't want that, but Pluto is calling you to step up to the plate and be a leader. Other people need it. The world needs you to lead, even if you don't want to. But in saying that, the best leaders are the ones who don't want power for themselves. So there may be this push or this opportunity for you to put yourself out there. The conjunction to Pluto is dredging up fears and insecurities. What will people think? What will people think of this career change? What will people think if I go in a new direction? What will people think if I start speaking of myself differently, or if I start representing myself differently? So lots of fears and insecurities may be bubbling up for you, but having this conjunction in your first house indicates this profound opportunity for you to transform your physical self, your physical body, because the first house rules over the physical body. So this can indicate you potentially wanting to get healthy, get fit, go on a diet. Perhaps there's a surgery that you have been putting off or that is required. Mars and Pluto, the two of them together, can indicate that there is some sort of surgery or rejuvenation or regeneration that needs to take place when it comes to your health and vitality. And then on the 17th of February, we're going to have Venus conjunct Pluto in Aquarius in your first house. So this can indicate that you are presenting yourself differently in terms of your aesthetic. Maybe you are drawn to darker colors, darker makeup, dyeing your hair darker. Maybe you are drawn to presenting or dressing in a more revealing way, potentially more provocative or more sexy. On a different note, this can indicate that it could be the other side of the spectrum, because we can see Pluto perhaps wanting to hide and to cover up. Okay, so on one hand, you may feel called to dress more differently and put yourself out there more. In a different sense, though, you may want to somehow be more selective with what you are showing in terms of a physical sense. But in any case, having these conjunctions in Pluto in your first house, all at 0 degrees, indicates to me that you want to do something different and that's unconventional. Maybe this is going to be quite trend setting in a way, because Aquarius rules over trends and you guys are Aquarius yourselves. So you could be actually garnering a lot of attention for whatever action you take during February. So, whatever you're doing, it will not go unnoticed, especially because we have Pluto and Mars ruling over your 10th house. So, it's like you're very visible, you're very much in the public eye, even if it doesn't necessarily need to be in terms of like celebrity. It's more just like your actions are very visible in the workplace, online. Even when you're walking down the street, people are probably going to be gravitating towards you and, be feeling very intrigued by you in some way, shape, or form. On the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees, and this will be taking place in your 8th house. So the full moon will be opposite Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your 2nd house, and trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in the 4th house. Long story short, full moons indicate the ending of a chapter taking place, the ending of a cycle, and it can also indicate having a certain realization or an epiphany, and the 8th house can bring those about anyway, because the 8th house is that which is hidden. So a full moon here can be illuminating or bringing to light a secret, something that you are potentially coming forth with and revealing to other people, or you could be discovering an important secret that you were unaware of. So some confidential material or information could be landing in your lap, or perhaps you're digging for it. Because this is occurring at 5 degrees, this could involve your romantic partner or an ex-romantic partner, or maybe your child or your children or even grandchildren. Doesn't necessarily have to be, though. On a different note, this can indicate that you are splitting off your resources with another person. You're separating your assets, separating your resources. And I'm saying this because the 8th house is associated with mutual resources, and the full moon here can indicate that your need to share these with another person are or have come to a close, or will be coming to a close around this period of time. And the same thing can be said for child custody. Okay, so there could be changes to your child custody arrangement around the 24th of February, plus or minus a couple of weeks. On a different level, you could be having let's say, an enlightening astrology reading, tarot reading, or occult or esoteric reading where it's like the penny drops and you're having an aha moment. And you could just be experiencing some sort of deep and profound healing and transformation taking place around the 24th of February. Now, lastly, for the month, on the 28th of February, there will be a triple conjunction. We're going to have Sun, Mercury, and Saturn conjunct in Pisces at 9 degrees in your 2nd house. To be fair, this is not taking place at the same time. There will be 3 separate conjunctions taking place within the course of a few hours. That'll be Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and Sun conjunct Saturn. But for all intents and purposes, I'm coining this as a triple conjunction. So the second house rules over your finances, your resources. It rules over your personal value system. It rules over anything that you have in storage, any of your possessions. And it is also associated with food and therefore diet. So this triple conjunction indicates that there is a new chapter taking place. There is a new start, and Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets. They're all vocational planets in one respect or another. So for many of you Aquarians, this can indicate that you are planting the seeds to potentially learn, because 9 degrees is the Sagittarius degree, about finances, resources, investment. Maybe you want to learn about farming. Maybe you want to learn about cooking or food or nutrition, which, all of this is associated with the ninth house. On a different level, this can indicate that you are going to be generating a new stream of income. So you're laying the groundwork, you're putting the foundation in, or the foundations in, let's say, to learn, sorry guys, to earn money in a new way. And because of this 9-degree influence, this could be through import and export, publishing. This could be through, let's say, taking your company or your business to a global level. This could be through teaching or education or mentorship somehow. This could be earning money through travel. These are all 9-degree Sagittarius themes. And for others of you, this can indicate that you're putting a very specific and particular savings or budgeting scheme into place per the second house. And Saturn here is helping you to stick to this. So maybe you are saving up for educational reasons. By that, I mean, maybe you want to enroll into a master's program or go to college or university, hence the 9 degrees, and you're having to put money aside, or this could be putting money aside to be able to afford your to go on a travel trip that is a dream of yours. In any case, at the end of the month, so 28th of February, and the days that are to follow, there will be this intense focus on your finances and resources. So maybe you are going to be streamlining what you spend money on, or potentially coming up with a budgeting strategy, as I just mentioned. So Aquarius, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm now going to move on to Pisces, and then I'll be done for this month. So I think I just spilled a little bit. Uh-oh. Thank you for being patient, Pisces. Always the way. I'm going to pull a card for you for your word of the month for February. Pull a couple of cards. Got one already. Got two. We're good to go. So again, this is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Oh, I've got 3. Whoopsies. Well, I guess it's meant to be. First, I have grace. Then I have nurture. Then I have wildly capable. Okay, Pisces. So first of all, something is requiring your nurturing, tender, loving care. I feel that this is not so much about you yourself. I feel that there is someone who needs your nurturing energy. It could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be a pet. They're really needing you to be there for them and to be graceful in this. So if someone comes to you needing your help or assistance, I get this energy of like I knew it and I told you so. Like from you, I feel like you maybe were aware of this or you warned this person of this, but now they're coming to you humbly, needing your support and your nurturing care. So it is important to be graceful in how you approach this relationship dynamic. On a different note, with wildly capable, I feel as though you are second guessing certain dreams of yours, certain goals, certain aspirations that you have. And to me, this feels related to something from 4 to 6 weeks ago, like an idea that you had, a discussion that you had. And now it's coming to the point where you're having to act on this, but maybe you're getting cold feet and you're like, I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know if my plan is going to work. I don't know if I should be given this much responsibility, but you are wildly capable, Pisces. So please just keep that in mind. And now, Pisces, let us get on to the astrology of it all. So for you guys, much of this astrological activity is taking place in your 12th house, which means that it may not be until the end of the month, right? So for the first 3.5 weeks, a lot of stuff is happening in the background for you. Okay, so there's this sense of wanting to rush forward, wanting the change to come in. I'm ready for this new chapter to start. But all of these activations to your 12th house, which is the house of the unseen, that which is hidden. It's the moment before something is birthed and brought to life. It's like you have to go through this, well, actually, nurturing process. So before anything can be manifested into the 3D, manifested into the world, it must be tended to and nurtured and cared for. So let's get into it. On the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius at 20 degrees in your 12th house. It will be squaring Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees in your 3rd house. And ultimately, the 12th house rules over, well, it's one of the creative houses. So poetry, creative writing, film and photography, acting. It also rules over spirituality, meditation, yoga, hypnosis, past life regression, psychic mediums, etc., etc., etc. And it is a house that is associated with issues with substance abuse, mental health problems, and self-sabotage, which I think I already mentioned. But new moons are all about a new beginning, a new chapter taking place. So for my Pisceans, this can indicate that you are planting the seeds for a new spiritual practice or delving into an area of spirituality which you haven't gone in depth in this way before. And I say that because the square to Uranus in the 3rd house to me indicates that this is something new. This is something that's coming out of left field. This is something unexpected, or perhaps you'd always been interested in one of these areas or topics, but there hadn't really been something that was like acting as a catalyst for you to take it further. So you may be getting into astrology. You may be seeing some kind of psychic reader or medium for the first time ever. You could be taking up a spiritual practice or a meditation practice. You could be working on something creative behind the scenes, and perhaps it's important for you not to reveal this to other people prematurely unless you're working with these people on a project, which could very well be the case. And because of the square to Uranus as well as Jupiter in the 3rd house, it could be that the reason you're pursuing this thing or that this new chapter is starting is because someone comes up to you out of the blue or reaches out to you out of the blue and is like, hey, we'd love you to work on this. And there may be a sense of urgency that is associated with this new moon, which again, to that, I would say that you're wildly capable of achieving this. So go for it. On the 13th of February, Mars will enter the sign of Aquarius and it will form a conjunction with Pluto at 0 degrees in your 12th house. So this conjunction can lead to fears and triggers and insecurities bubbling up to the surface. We've got Scorpio in the 9th house for you. So Mars and Pluto rule over your 9th house, but then you've also got Mars ruling the 2nd house, which is Aries. So this can play out as you feeling like you will not have the finances or the resources required to achieve certain dreams, to travel, to study, to lead the kind of life that you want. You may be suffering from a lack mindset or a poverty mindset, or seeing the glass half empty. On another level, this can indicate that when it comes to education for you, that you may be sabotaging yourself or sabotaging your dreams to, let's say, enroll in a certain course or program, so college program or university program. And I say that because of this ninth house influence here. In any case, Mars conjunct Pluto in your 12th house can indicate that you are experiencing potentially very profound spiritual awakenings or psychic awakenings. So, Pisceans, you may have some sort of premonition or dream that comes true, a dream that feels really, really real, which maybe connects you to a loved one on the other side or an ancestor of yours. You may have some sort of crazy lucid dream experience, or even experience through meditation, which totally opens up your third eye and your potential for psychic visions and clairvoyant visions. So just watch out for these activations. And because of the conjunction to Pluto, you may experience a bit of fear with these, but just trust that this is happening for a reason. It may be serving as some kind of warning or course correcting you, so helping you to be more aligned and on the path of whatever your life's calling is, or your soul's calling. And also, if you get any kind of reading around this time, there's a couple of ways that it can play out that it's important to consider. One is that the reading could be profound, amazing, accurate, incisive. And if that's the case, amazing. I'm happy for you. If this reading has any kind of fear mongering energy, any kind of self limiting energy, disregard it, because a true reader who is genuine and, let's say, enlightened and someone who you can trust, they will not strike fear in your heart by putting self limiting blockages and beliefs onto you, or projecting these onto you. So be discerning, is what I would say there. On the 17th of February, Venus will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th house. So another activation to the 12th house. Venus rules over the third house for you, which is all about siblings, friendships, clients and co-workers, and it also rules over your 8th house. So we do have this conversation, let's say, between the 8th house and the 12th house, in the sense that that which is unseen and hidden and known only to you, or maybe even veiled from you, is what's being called into question here. So you could be having a very private conversation with a sibling or with a relative or a friend. You could be finding out information from them which is highly confidential. Maybe they don't even share this with you. Maybe you figure this out through other means. On a different note, because Venus is a relationship planet, Venus conjunct Pluto can indicate for some of you that you may embark on a secret romantic or sexual affair or relationship with another person. But for others of you, this can indicate that you are having awareness of self sabotaging behavior when it comes to how you act in relationships. Now, this can also be to do with your communication style, because Venus rules over the third house for you, which is all about your communicative abilities. So you may realize that you have blockages when it comes to speaking your mind, speaking the truth. And for others of you, this can indicate that You may start feeling like one or more of your friendships isn't quite right, and it doesn't necessarily mean that there's backstabby behavior going on. This conjunction in your 12th house could be revealing to you that there are friends or maybe even relatives or siblings, because of Venus ruling the third house, that you have a codependent relationship with, or they could be totally dependent on you, and their victimhood mindset could be, or let's just say their energy could be starting to drain you. So, with this nurture card, maybe this is also about you realizing that you're not here to nurture everybody and anybody. So maybe you need to be selective and discerning about who it is that you are giving all this attention to. Maybe certain individuals are wildly capable, but they are just so overly reliant on you on you out of habit, or just reliant on you because you are just giving your energy willy-nilly to these people and it's available. So they're like, well, if you're willing to do it, I may as well get you to do it instead of doing it myself. Now, on the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo at 5 degrees in your seventh house. And this full moon will be opposite Mercury and Saturn in Pisces in your first house. So, anytime there's new moons and full moons in either the first or the seventh house axes, or the first or the seventh houses, these represent some kind of manifestation in our personal lives in terms of personal one-to-one relationships. So the full moon in Virgo in your seventh house at 5 degrees can indicate that you are now done and dusted with a certain promise or commitment or obligation that you made to another person. You've fulfilled that contract. You no longer owe this person anything. Or, it could be that you are saying, hey, I've helped you out as much as I can. You're going to need to take it from here, or I'm giving away too much of myself and I need to keep this energy for me. For others of you, by the way, this full moon is trining Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in the third house. So there is some sort of positive energy that's coming through with the full moon. So for some of you, you and your significant other could be completing a project together. Maybe you've learned something together, finishing a course, or this could be that you have successfully completed some kind of work commitment or obligation to your client, or with a work project, or maybe even a group project, and this is received well. It's a job well done, and you can finally relax now that this is no longer on your plate. On a different note, this can indicate that you may be taking a relationship to the next level. So maybe you have been casually seeing someone and now you're progressing to dating. Maybe you've been casually dating and now you're exclusive. And I say this because there is this opposition to Saturn and Mercury. Mercury rules over your seventh house anyway. So, and it rules the fourth house. So this could be you becoming more exclusive, or just taking on this higher level of commitment with your significant other. On a different note, because we are tying in the ruler of the fourth house, so Mercury ruling the fourth, it could be that you are moving in with another person, moving out, or another person is moving in with you. This could be romantic, this could be a friend, this could be your child moving out. Whatever it is, I see this as a positive manifestation of the full moon. On a different note, some of you may be getting closure when it comes to a romantic situation, whether you're still with this person, maybe this is with an ex, but it's like, now I can make peace with this. I feel like I'm moving on from this. And lastly, with the full moon, this can indicate that there is a positive conclusion to a chapter in the life of your significant other. So even if it's not involving you too much directly, this can just be like, wow, I'm so happy that my partner or my spouse has worked hard to achieve this goal, or they've, overcome this hardship or this adversity, and now, we can move on together. On the 28th of February, and this is the last transit, the last part of this reading / the end of the reading, there will be a triple conjunction between the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn, all in Pisces, all in the first house. Now, the triple conjunction is not taking place all at the same time. We're going to have Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury conjunct Saturn, Sun conjunct Saturn, all taking place within a few hours, not necessarily in that order. And in any case, it is all taking place at 9 degrees Pisces. So this 9-degree Pisces is so potent and activated. If you are Pisces at 9 degrees for your sun, moon, or rising, or even within 3 to 5 degrees, this will definitely be impacting you more so than the other Pisceans, but still, I think that the nature of this will impact all of you. So, a new chapter is taking place. Something new is starting in your life. This could be to do with career, because the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn are all career planets. They are all vocational planets. This can be taking on a new position of leadership at your work, more responsibilities, maybe a promotion, maybe a title change. You may actually be retiring. You may be resigning from your job. You may be taking on more hours. You could be going full-time. You could be progressing from being a contractor or a freelancer to having a more permanent contract or arrangement, professionally speaking. If you own your own business or if you work in consulting, this can see you securing an important new client. So this could be someone who is very, very senior, someone very important. This could be an important career move for you. This could require you to shuffle around some of your other working commitments in order to take on this new client or to take on this new work project or work responsibility. This can see some of you starting your own business, starting your own company, or expanding it further. Maybe you're going from being a sole trader or business owner to employing people. Okay, so you're finally having employees. Maybe you are taking your company or your business international. Maybe you're getting more international exposure, or instead of just selling locally, maybe you are now involved with import and export on a global level or on an international scale. This can indicate, with Mercury ruling over the 4th house and the 7th house, that you are securing your relationship with another person. And I know I already talked about this with the full moon in Virgo, so you can consider this to be doubling down on that energy. So you could be talking about your future plans, especially because 9 degrees is the Sagittarius degree, which is like scoping out for the future. All right. So this could be making plans with your significant other. This could be becoming exclusive, getting engaged, maybe even getting married with that 9 degrees there. And for others of you, this can actually indicate that you may become a parent, or you could be preparing to bring a child into the world, or you may be becoming a grandparent. In any case, this triple conjunction will see you taking on more responsibility for your life. This will see you let's just say, taking control of your future in the ways in which you can. You may actually become a teacher, a life coach, a mentor, a counselor, or a psychologist, or you may engage the services of one or more of those aforementioned individuals. And for some of you, this can indicate that you're going on a very important travel trip with that 9 degree Sagittarius degrees there. So that's all I have for you, Pisces. I hope you enjoyed this horoscope. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Thank you to everyone who is here or who was here in the chat, and a big shout out to Laura P, for providing all those timestamps. That is going to save me so much time. I'm very, very appreciative. Anyway, guys, thank you again. Enjoy February, and I will see you in my March horoscopes.